The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you.
Puck Tuck is where it's at, baby. Puck Tuck is where it's at, baby. Puck Tuck is where it's at, baby.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Cash Money can put his change in my piggy bank any day.
Big man Thursday!
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome, one and all, to this edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk, along with Cash Money 007. I am your host, Mike, and ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back our buddy, our friend, our pal, Baron Orman Tag.
Oh, wait a moment. There's a show today?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I think so.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. Oh, yeah, it's nice to be back in the old familiar chair sitting across from you guys. I can throw peanuts at Cash again.
Yeah, you can try.
I do try. I do try.
Now, as some of you may know, Baron has had quite the last few days, and the reason being is because his wife, the long suffering, is currently in the hospital after complications with pneumonia. And Baron, how is the long suffering doing this morning?
Oh, she seems to be doing just fine. It's like, okay, what does she have? You're talking about the heart. You're talking about infection. You're talking about pneumonia. It's like, yeah, she wants to keep us guessing, keep us on our toes. But other than that, yeah, she's been getting better every day, which is great. I can hear it in her voice, but still tired, which I sit back and say, well, rest. You're bound to be tired. I mean, honestly, you're bound to be tired. So me and the puppies have been holding down the fort. They've been taking advantage of me because they know mom's gone and dad's a soft spot. But yeah, it's getting better. It's getting better. So they say that she'll probably be out of hospital maybe tomorrow, but she'll be going to some what would you say, recovery or short-term rehab. Thank you. All these fancy medical terms. It's hard for me to keep track of. Like, Zepic, you know. God, I want to take those people out and strangle them. Figuratively, YouTube. But, you know, being away, of course, I hated being away because, as I always say, this is my therapy. This is what keeps me sane. And besides, I want everybody here when I say, no, she's not a smoker. No, she's not a smoker. I'd be surprised if I ever saw her smoking anything. I'll be honest with you. But she does have some medical conditions, the pre-existing stuff. So, some of it is genetic that, her father was more than happy to have given her. Not really, but, some stuff came that way. A lot of her genes came from her dad. Her brother's genes came from his mother. So it's like, oh. But where was I saying that though? But yeah, so she'll be going in there, and hopefully we be back soon. So it's that's life on the hot seat, baby.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I did put the link to the GoFundMe that Baron allowed me to set up.
Trust me, guys. It took a battle. It took a battle. He battled me to do with this. So,
Baron, you're not just a co-host here on Pop Talk. You're not just a friend. You're family.
hmm
And I know I can't donate a whole lot of money, but I still wanted to be able to help you out in some way.
hmm Oh yeah, and very thankful to those who have so far. Yeah, something like this is really, really hard for me because I see so many people out there, that use this abusingly. So, and I didn't. I'm funny that way. I don't mind giving. I just have a hard time receiving. You might say, and unless it's, of course, it's a good book or a gaming book, then then I'm sucked in. It's like, okay, that's where I just push you off to the side and grab and go away. No thanks, no nothing. It's like, okay, going to go over here now and look at it. But I don't know if there's a Minnehauten in me or not. Don't you know? Oh yeah.
But folks, as you know, so with everything going up each and every day, we wake up. If you're able to, please donate and help Baron and Sandy out. And this is primarily going to medical bills,
Mhm.
and even if you can, if you can share it out amongst your friends and others that get the word out, because we all need help at one time or another. And
Yeah, we do have a wonderful community. It's amazing how. Well, no, it's not amazing because there's so many good people out there. But how quick people are to, stand up and help whatever way they can. I mean, just even I know that people mock this, but even good thoughts, well wishes are important. If that's all a person has, it doesn't bother me at all. That's important. It means that you do care. Not everybody's going to have money. I'm not necessarily asking, even though it's a GoFundMe. My main goal is not necessarily to, it's just nice for people to think about you and, pray for you or have well wishes for you. These things are important. I don't care what those snotty pieces of shit out there that besmirch people to do it, because sometimes that's all you got is just to support you emotionally, and sometimes emotionally is worth a lot more than financially.
yes.
And
Very true.
so I thank everybody. I'm humbled as always. Oh wow, the Baron's humble.
What? Come on,
I
man.
know. I'm ruining my image here, folks.
You
Ruining my
are,
image.
man.
What am I
You have
going
an
to do?
image? That's crazy.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's not a good one. It's always, oh God, here comes Baron. Watch out. What? I love a good turtle.
Well,
That's frightening.
speaking of the chat, I do want to say hello to You're Wrong. Wait a minute, my name's Mike. I'm always right.
Oh boy.
Even when I'm wrong, I'm always right.
Here we go.
Mike
Here we
makes
go,
right.
Mike.
Okay, there we go.
Mike.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we've got to play this. We do have to play it. It's good to see Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
And thank you, Animas.
Yeah.
Animas. And he's in the she shed. Animas.
That's right.
And of course, DJ Ronnie G. I'm sorry you weren't able to get onto the member stream yesterday, but hopefully you'll be able to get onto this stream at some point today, brother. And
Oh.
says on the hot seat. Let's see. Battlestar Mike.
Mm.
Baron is like the brother whom I don't mind spending an hour on the phone with.
Sure about that? No, I think that's
Well,
good.
But
well, I mean,
when
it's no different than the three of us spending time in Discord, or
That's
the
right.
three of us and Phil all spending time in Discord, just discussing all sorts of topics.
That's right.
and for DJ Ronnie, once it's 1 hour and 1 minute, that's it. It's like, okay, I'm tired of you. Bye. He's got that timer. I know. I seen it.
Yeah.
Uh,
And Brandon Looney Tunes fan 2000. Good morning. Let's see. DJ is also saying, "I love a good turtle."
I'm shocked.
And
Shocked,
I know
I say.
a few turtles love a good pizza.
That's right.
And DJ says he's got a good image. And he's saying hello to Brandon. Let's see. Music, of course. The Padawannabe and Padawannabe, I will let you in here in just a little bit. That's right. Stealth
No.
is optional, members. You're all welcome to join us during today's show.
No.
The song. It's the song.
I know. I gotta get that disco version to you. Gotta find it. No. I hear it on the disco station in Mexico, and because I got this radio garden, so I like listening to radio around the world, including Dear Leader's favorite, Araponyang. But there's a disco channel out of Mexico, and occasionally they play the Manamana disco version.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
And DJ says he's at work contemplating a lunchtime nap. Well, that's not so bad either. I would do that too when I was on my lunch break, and it's like, okay,
Ooh.
time to
Yeah.
sleep.
Time to fall asleep, baby.
Yes. And Baron, our special guest, is here.
I figured,
ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from the Primetime Kings, Baron's brother from another mother, 24/7 Fusion
Yay!
Media.
Yeah, that's right. He's here to blow some
He's
shit
gonna
up.
blow some shit up.
Brother,
Not
how you
exactly what
doing,
you
man?
think, but-
Oh man, I appreciate the warm welcome. Thank y'all. How y'all doing?
Doing good, brother. How are you?
I could be better.
I understand. Yeah, I'm sorry for showing up so late, man. I was having technical difficulties trying to make sure that everything lined up, and I couldn't hear myself, and all that stuff with StreamYard. So I was just trying to figure out some stuff, so that I wouldn't, have any kind of difficulties once I got on. So I apologize about that.
You
No worries, brother. No worries. Because
Never
we
apologize.
have a saying here on Pop Talk.
A wizard is never late. Nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to.
Oh, come on, 24. How often do we ever start the show on time? I'm used to it.
Oh yeah.
24, you tagged me with some other people recently on Twix, and I was like, what did he tag me about? I wasn't sure. Maybe I replied to you about something, but you tagged me about something. I think it was a video. I don't know if you remember what it was, 24, but I was trying to figure it out myself. What did he tag me about? I'm like, I was about ready to message you a few days ago, but it's like, oh, well, he's on here. I'll just ask him right now.
Yeah, it was probably a new video I dropped.
Okay.
Mhm.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't ever just link folks up and just drop random shit. It's normally, hey, you dropped this new video, check this out, let me know what you think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Well,
and
there's
actually,
always a lot to talk about, man. I mean, just these companies just feed us material all day long.
yeah, and the crazy part is they always expect for us to chew on that shit. Ain't that crazy?
They do.
Yep.
They do, man. All the time. Mm-hmm.
So, what's going on?
Well, I was telling folks about the GoFundMe I have started for Baron and his wife, the long suffering, because she's been battling pneumonia and a few other things in the hospital. And just trying to get word out for it. If people can donate, it's much appreciated. If they can't, just share it out. And, prayers are good too.
Not just the last few weeks, it seems like a whole frickin' year. I'm afraid of 2025.
You'll be all right. If we have to, we'll just turn you into, a head like in Futurama. It'll be fine.
Yeah. Yeah. But I'm paralyzed from the neck up, right? So.
That's a problem then. Yeah.
So, folks, I posted the link in there again. And again, if you can, we appreciate it. If you can't, share it out. And, words of encouragement work as well.
Yeah.
So.
And are you keeping cool down there, man? Jeez, it seems like it's like one ball burner after another.
Yeah, it's just been crazy. Just trying to deal with the weather and, trying to get life back in order somewhat.
Mm-hmm.
So, but shit, I'm just thankful to be here though. So I'm all right.
We're happy to have you, dude.
I'm ecstatic to have you here, man.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Which, of course, brings to my next question. Hey, when we're going to get the team back together, man?
Yeah, actually, just started getting internet back and, stuff like that. So,
yeah.
I'll definitely in the next week or so, we'll definitely be trying to get things back to, back in order. I'm, starting back to doing videos regularly and just trying to get back into the swing of things, outside of hurricanes and, weather and all that, other stuff. Just trying to get, back in the feel of, doing things and being productive and, all that fun stuff. So, we'll definitely, matter of fact, I've been needing to talk to you anyway. So, yeah, we'll we'll definitely, chat.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, of course. After I don't want to take away from the show, so that's we'll talk.
Oh, not taking away from the show, man. It's important questions. Inquiring minds want to know, man.
Oh, I understand. No, it's
these
just,
two knuckleheads with me want to know.
Oh no, you're good, man. I'm just like I said, I'm just thankful to be here, man. I appreciate you having me on, Mike. I thank you for that.
Not a problem, brother. Not a problem. It's been too long.
Of course. Shit, what's any topics?
Actually, we do have a few topics to talk about for today. There's a new 163-page FTC regulation ban on fake reviews. We're reading this article from Bound in the Comics. Right. And then from Variety, we have Megalopolis trailers. Fake critic quotes were AI generated, and that's why Lionsgate pulled the trailer when it was released on Wednesday.
I read that. I read that was interesting. They were apologizing for the fake, reviews and stuff. Yeah, I saw that shit, man. I was like, why? Yeah. All right. What else you got?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have an article from Geek Tyrant where Jessica Alba says she would return for a Dark Angel series under one condition.
I bet you I know what that is. All right, let's get into
show off her boobs.
The black cat suit.
Yeah, probably. She got kids now and all that other fun stuff, so she's probably not trying to be as
I don't know. They all be posting that stuff on the gram.
Right. That's true. Yeah, you're right.
And how are you doing today, Pat? I want to be.
Hi.
What's up, Pat?
I've been thinking about this. Everybody's mentioning like the weather and the natural disasters and stuff we're all going through, and this kind of came up in a podcast that I listened to, and the more I think about it, the more it might be true. Is North America like the one country that kind of gets hit by all the natural disasters?
Yes.
Number one, baby, USA. USA.
Hey, at least you do the USA chant better than the DNC tried to do.
Oh boy.
That's an AI
Oh.
translated.
Oh man.
USA. USA.
Jeez.
And I do want to say hello to Jason Fox of 540 Studio. Good to see you, brother.
What's up, Jason?
Sober up yet, buddy?
What's going on, Jace? I'm not a simp, but you are, Jace. It's okay.
You are a Jenna Ortega sip, Jace.
And
Well-
if we know Jason, we know Jason. F you, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and of
that-
course,
that's
most
true.
important, and most importantly, Mark Hamill. Hey, fuck you too.
Not again.
Oh my god.
I missed hearing Barrett say that.
Oh man. Yeah. Well, there's a
It's,
good
it's
reason.
not the same. It's not the same.
There's
when
a
I
good
say it.
reason for that. So yeah.
Oh, there's a huge reason for that with that sack of shit.
Oh,
So let's go ahead and get into this article by Ryan Pearson on Bounding in the Comics about the FTC banning fake reviews. It says new 163-page FTC regulation bans fake reviews, testimonials, and more in final rule. What does it mean for review bombing? What if we're legitimately saying that a show is absolutely horrible?
Yeah.
And so,
So does AI need a PR person now?
well,
Yeah.
The other thing, you flip the coin on this, and what about the positive review bombing? What's wrong with that? I mean, it can go both ways. It can
Yeah.
go the negative one and then the positive one. You know.
But you know, the thing is usually the quote unquote negative one is more accurate.
It is. There's
I mean,
obviously people trolling and doing it,
Oh, yeah.
but there's other reviews that are actually saying, yeah, this game is a problem or this property is a problem for a lot
Right.
of people. Yeah.
Well,
That's-
the big important thing is if you're going to trash it or give a negative review, explain why.
Exactly.
And those that can go out there and explain, okay, they're hitting the points and they're not being a copy paste. Even though they might be talking about the same issues the game has, is a different voice saying it. Unlike like a lot of the pros, is just basically the copy paste bots out there of Phil McCracken. So
You say his name too many times, it's going to be like Beetlejuice. Remember,
well, that's
wait a
one.
minute, you know he's already here.
He's here.
he's
He
here
probably gave that
somewhere.
negative vote already.
We can just refer to him as PMC from here on out.
I was thinking about BMS, but
loopholes.
So this article by Ryan Pearson starts off by saying the United States Federal Trade Commission has banned fake reviews and testimonials in a 163-page final rule regulation set for publication. Announced August 14th, the FTC prefaced their 163-page final rule with a summarizing statement. The ruling bans anything that could mislead a consumer who would utilize third parties to make a decision. This includes fake reviews, fake testimonials, including those from celebrities, and fake social media indicators, such as followers or likes. The FTC defines a fake review as being from someone who does not exist, such as AI generated fake reviews, or who did not have an actual experience with the business or its products or services, or that misrepresent the experience of the person given it.
you know,
It's
I did that once. I did that once for a whorehouse. Okay, back to you, Mike.
It's unclear how the FTC will enforce misrepresented experiences from reviewers. The rule also bans pay-to-play reviews, whether they're positive or negative, regarding their own or a rival's product or service. I don't know. So far, seems like censorship to me.
Right.
Yeah.
Usually is in these situations.
Businesses also cannot have an insider create reviews, create company owned websites that present themselves as hosting independent reviews, or suppress genuine reviews such as via legal threats, intimidation, libel, or slander.
Oh, that never
Well,
happened.
Batman Cape Crusader sucks, okay? It does.
It's got problems.
I watched all 10 episodes. It sucks.
It's got problems. The last
Oh,
three
you've gone
episodes
to
were better, but
you've gone full suckage on that now. Before you were giving a passable grade. Now you went. Do you
It's-
reevaluate?
It went from suck to blow, Baird.
Oh, wow. Low.
the only good episodes that I'm sure, well, the best stuff probably was the Two-Face stuff was the best. But that was at the end. Should have been at the beginning, but
Should have been the first 3 episodes as far as you and I were concerned, Cash. In short, a review or testimonial must come from a real person discussing how they feel about a product or service. Well, Cash is an AI, but he thinks he's a real person.
Shut up.
I want to be a little boy.
With no other influence over them, the FTC will forbid providing compensation or other incentives conditioned on the writing of consumer reviews expressing a particular sentiment, either positive or negative. Companies do that all the time. They pay people to shill out for their products.
Oh, hell yeah.
They've been doing it for years.
Nothing they're saying is new. Nothing they're saying. It's a different form of payola.
That's right.
Right. Well, I was wondering, like, what really caused for them to drop all this? Like, if this is stuff that they're already supposed to have been enforcing, like, what changed or what happened recently? I didn't.
That's what I'm wondering. I'm hoping this article
Fantastic
actually
question.
tells us.
They don't know how the algorithm works.
The FTC summary. Go ahead, Baron.
My assumption would be the reason why is because people are actually getting more involved out there that aren't the land-haired blue whales, trendies, activists out there.
Right.
And of course, I'm going to bring it up because I think it's worthy to bring up the acolyte in this type of situation, right? The Mary Sue. Talk about a bunch of blue-haired land whales. Goes out there and whines that that Disney caved into the bro dudes, man. Right? So, I mean, right off the bat, 100% sexist, right? But the thing is as people were reminding them in the Facebook, at least, that you're the ones that told us not to watch it if we didn't want to. The only crime we committed was, the bro dudes, what had been either they did watch it or some of it and go, no, and do an honest review. Hey, here's an honest review. This sucks, right? Or not even at all. And then they're going to blame the fact that somebody said it sucked, why no one watched it, despite their push against the product, trying to insult the old-time fans instead of enticing them in. This is what's doing it. They're shooting themselves in the foot, and they need to have some blame somewhere. But as always, be careful what you ask for. It can come back and bite you. Because notice they were saying the same thing about companies doing positive.
Exactly.
This is a double-edged sword.
You're damned if you do. You're damned if you don't.
Mm-hmm. Well, more importantly, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Oh, you're going to do this? Well, that can go both ways. So, but they don't realize it because they're so used to only having a one way, my way or the highway attitude. Don't you know who we are?
That's
right. We do know.
Always.
And despite that, we're still giving you some credence.
So the article continues by saying the FTC summary it clarifies that the conditional nature of the offer of compensation or incentive may be expressly or implicitly conveyed. This in turn should mean a reviewer believing a positive review will grant them future gifts without The business making such a promise would still be void, as the business couldn't offer an initial gift that gave them such a belief. So, in other words, you have, the Disney fans who like to chill out for Disney,
Mm-hmm.
thinking if they do so, they're going to get benefits. If I'm interpreting this correctly, this is saying no, you won't get the benefits you think you're getting.
Wait, let me get this straight. We're talking about Disney friends with benefits?
Well, gosh, I'm goofy. Well, okay. Now that you brought up Disney, right? Look at half the traffic they had going through the Galactic Starship, right? It was basically paid shills. Hey, we're going to give you a weekend to spend on the ship and through the edge or whatever they call it out there. I don't care. All this, right? But, they expect the glowing reviews and they know who to pick. They know the sycophants. Again, they look for those blue-haired land whale and I don't know what gender I am this minute type of people, and they go in there and they do this brag. The latest one they pulled off is just recently, and that is for Outlaws. They flew all these quote-unquote influencers out to Disney so they could play an hour or maybe two, but an hour of the game. Of course, they're saying, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You don't have to give it a good review. It'd be appreciated. Remember, we did put you up for this trip. We're giving some perks and benefits.
Oh, you didn't like it? Find your own way home.
Exactly. It's like, okay, yeah, give him the whore that got chlamydia. Okay. But I mean, and this was what? At least a month ago that this happened? 2, 3
Not that long ago.
Right.
Not
I mean, this is
ago.
So right there, we got two situations of Disney blatantly right there with the hands in the cookie jar. And they are doing their form of, and there's no other name for it than because even though it came from rock and roll and the record companies, payola. This is video game payola. This is IP payola. We shower you with gifts, and you'll say wonderful things to us about us. And why? They're desperate. They need all the positive press they can get.
Especially with people rejecting the acolyte. Well, you push people away. That's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah.
So the article says, nope. The article says the register notice, page 157, defines purchasing a consumer review as means to provide something of value, such as money, gift certificates, products, services, discounts, coupons, contest entries, or another review in exchange for a consumer review. As such, even the promise of future reviewing opportunities is an incentive. Well, it always has been.
Right, I got a job. I got a regular job now.
It says FTC Chair Lena M. Khan explained, fake reviews not only waste people's time and money, but also pollute the marketplace and divert business away from honest competitors. By strengthening the FTC took it to fight deceptive advertising, the final rule will protect Americans from getting cheated, put businesses that unlawfully gain the system on notice, and promote markets that are fair, honest, and competitive. But again, how are they going to be able to separate a legitimate review from a fake review? What systems are in place?
Right.
Well, there are some.
I'm sorry.
Go, brother. Go, brother.
No, I was thinking, like, how would they know if somebody got paid or didn't?
Mm-hmm.
Follow the money.
Well, right there. That's one of the answers right there. And you can tell by a review how they do a lot of these people aren't that good doing it. You can. I mean, this is amateur hour for these quote unquote reviewers.
Yep.
Right.
Which
Good
is
to see you, True. It's been a long time. I hope things are going well.
So, I mean, just watching some of these review right off the bat, you can tell, this is like a paid infomercial that we're seeing here.
Mm-hmm.
A badly done one. I'd rather watch the ShamWow guy again. Where is he? If Billy Mays showed up on one, would you think this is a honest, legitimate review? Well, first of all, I'd be amazed because, well, he's been dead for over 10 years. But still, Billy Mays here for Star Wars Acolyte.
Oh boy.
But you can spot some of the stuff and exactly follow the money. I mean, oh Jesus, this is so hard because part of it doesn't want to have censorship, but then again, you do have that layer of fraud. Fraud is not protected, right? Going out there, you're defrauding people by having these fake reviews, whether you are review bombing your competition, whether you are bragging your own product up, it doesn't matter. You are somehow trying to influence that fashion. And nothing new. It's nothing new. I mean, it's been happening throughout. It's just much more noticeable now because they don't have people who are good at it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's so nice about this. These idiots that think they're smarter than everybody else aren't, and they show their hand all the time. I mean, we were just talking about this before, and I was calling it yellow journalism before we came on the air.
Mm-hmm.
And this is all it is. Yellow journalism is over sensationalized stuff, over sensationalized headlines, over sensationalized stories, what they call clickbait. I'm talking like Mike Zero. I have no idea why. Maybe because I'm talking about yellow journalism. But it goes right down all that line. So welcome to the new age of yellow journalism, and this is about the worst I've seen it in my lifetime, and I'm not kidding. Yep. I mean, I'm not saying there wasn't yellow journalism. I mean, National Enquirer, that's yellow journalism. We all knew it was. It wasn't trying to disguise itself as quote unquote real news, like the Times, like the Post, or all these other papers, the Minneapolis Star and Sickle. It doesn't matter. It's permeated into the quote unquote legitimate media. Just turn on MSNBC.
Mm-hmm.
And don't tell me that's not yellow journalism all the way through. I feel sorry for the puppeteer for Morning Joe because, having your hand up Joe Scarborough's ass to be able to make him work like a proper Muppet, I wouldn't want that job. I'm sorry. No matter what you paid me.
And the article continues by saying, nonetheless, there may be some teething problems in the case of genuine user reviews and review bombing. This is a flood of negative reviews, usually after a business has announced something that makes their product or service reviled. This can also be an act of protest against a business. The text does not clarify how much a person would have to use a product or service to be considered having actual experience. On pages 56 and 57, one commenter proposed a scenario where a person tasted food from a restaurant but didn't go into the establishment.
Oh, a hearsay review.
Well, if they ate the food, maybe it was takeout, right, or catered, or whatever. Yeah, they still did have the food. Yes. But the thing is how often do you really need to go to a place more than once? Say you go to a hairstylist, you go in there, and your one visit, and when you come out, you got rashes all over your head. Your hair is falling out. It's all sorts of colors that not even God dreamed of, and you're not allowed to make a negative review because you only went once.
Well, I do have a quick question about this because they're worried about people being legitimate gamers, right? Basically. Mm-hmm. So, and maybe you guys can tell me, would this be too much of a violation on our part as gamers with our privacy? Couldn't they because we all know to have a PlayStation or an Xbox or a Nintendo,
Right.
you have to have an account like Xbox Live or something. You know,
Mhm.
you have to have that, which accumulates some kind of gamer score. If you play on a regular basis, you get trophy points or whatever. So couldn't they just be like, oh, well, we would like, relatively experienced gamers. So maybe like, okay, you need at least 25,000 gamer score on your account, and that might make, because a bot, I don't know, I mean, of course they could give it points and things like that, but a legitimate account, a plain account, they know if you're logging in every day or that kind of thing. But I didn't know if that's too much information. I mean, they kind of already have that information, but couldn't they do something like that? And of course they can, but what's preventing them from taking one simple step and actually verifying these players? Much like, why didn't they verify accounts if this is a bot review on a YouTube video?
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like, there's gonna be certain criteria if you're a real user. At least
I
I
mean,
think there
you
would
go to
be.
sign into certain sites, you have to pretty much prove that you're a human by doing the
Yes.
captcha.
Yes. Is that a stoplight? Is it in grid G1 or is that more F2? I hate those things, man.
Me too.
Well, do you consider a brake light a light?
You hit the button one too many times wrong, you get a Blade Runner at your doorstep.
How dare you say I'm not a real human?
So tell me about your mother. My mother?
It's trying to trick you into typing binary. That's all. Gotcha. Oh man, I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Could they do something, or we can address that after this article? Because I'm just curious why something like that isn't even. It doesn't even seem like it's being considered.
Well, I mean, you already have it where they want you to verify your email address before they let you even do anything on certain sites, and
Yeah, they're using everybody's AOL emails. They just went through and scoured everybody's emails that haven't been used in 20 years.
Well, Cash still uses his Hotmail.
Oh man.
Yeah, man.
Hotmail.
It's hot. It's out. Hotmail turned into Outlook or whatever. So yeah, it works fine.
Yeah, is that Microsoft's one?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
I've used Outlook once or twice.
And it goes on to say the commission stated that the posted hypotheticals did have legitimate experience with the product or service, but should not be misrepresented that experience as more than it was. For example, review aggregate websites such as Metacritic and Rotten Tomatoes offer no way to prove if a user actually watched it or played the media they are reviewing. On the other hand, gaming platform Steam only allows you to review a game you've purchased. It shows others how long you played the game for. Steam also denotes if there is a large influx of negative reviews and attempts, excuse me, to disregard those that are off topic from the game's overall review metrics.
Well, in that case, it should be the other way too. They should disregard the positives if they do the same thing.
Right.
Mm-hmm. There's also the factor of a user complaining about an element they knew was in a piece of media via marketing materials. Could a review be deemed fake if the user complains about something they knew they were going to get? The new rules will allow the FTC to tackle violators by prohibiting their sale or purchase, or allow the agency to seek civil penalties against knowing violators. The rule will become effective 60 days after publication in the Federal Register. Honestly, it just seems like this new regulation wasn't really thought out. There's many holes in it.
Well, and not only that, we already got stuff in place. Why did we have to do another one? Oh no, we needed to piss away a couple more tens of millions of dollars on this to make it look like we're doing something, especially during an election year.
It's that, and it's just like when they're like muting and stuff in game communities or multiplayer games isn't enough. We want more. There needs to be censorship. There needs to be this. It's just crazy.
This is weird to me still. If an ad can know where I'm looking and if I'm actually paying attention to it, how can they not know if a person is actually watching or not?
I'll answer that in just a moment. Hello, Clifton 3D.
Oh,
good to see you, Clifton.
There's Clifton.
The way they would know that someone isn't watching, well, say someone sells the high seas and decides to watch a show that way and then review it.
Mm-hmm.
Yo ho, yo ho.
Well, yeah, you have a watch party with a bunch of your friends. It's like, hey, come over to my place. We're gonna watch some One Piece. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I'll bring the popcorn.
Those kind of things make sense to me.
The only account that would register as one being watched is the person showing the watch party.
Right.
Well, I was just thinking, like, because ads use camera recognition, so why aren't these other, or they have the technology and they're just like, we're not gonna let this information out because they know it might be not well accepted. It just seems odd that one company can have this technology and another company doesn't, and the gaming company or the company with movie, it would seem like it would be able to recognize how many people are in the room off a camera.
Mm-hmm.
And do we even want people to know we can do that? We all know they can, but It just seems strange. Like, why not make use of this unless they're just trying to kind of feed into this will give us a reason to go that we can claim bankruptcy later on down the road or something to those effects, a merger or something, or just blame it on us, again.
Oh, we're always blamed. How dare you not watch our stuff?
It's not me.
You're
it's
the problem.
Yeah. Well, whenever they put more regulations on something that doesn't need it, there's probably a big red flag.
Yep.
Oh,
it's like, why do you even have those words? What happened? Something always happens. Government is very reactive. We're fine until too many people do something, and then it's like, nope, the rest of you can't do that now.
Yeah, and then when politicians get involved in it, it's like, oh, it just gets 1,000 times
Burn
worse.
the world down.
Yo.
Oh.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, especially when you're looking at a party that's currently in power right now that keeps on screaming democracy, but doesn't give anybody a chance to have democracy. It's the same thing. I'm going to fight for your quote unquote democracy, which our country is not a democracy. I don't care, you sycophants out there that try to say otherwise and say that I'm an idiot. You obviously do not have the brain retention of a goldfish that was lobotomized. But they have installed a person running for the president, and the reason why I'm bringing this up because their own people in their own party are mad about this. That never went through the proper primary. You just got installed like a toilet.
They took my job.
And then you
third here.
And then you have the gall to say that democracy is in danger. Well, you're right. Well, this is the same way with this here. It's we got to come up and say one thing and then do another. We have enough holes in it that we can abuse this system. We are able to push our agenda. It's just mind-baffling. I should say. But
that's the Loch Ness Monster.
Yeah.
I heard him.
You did? What?
That's right.
I said, I ain't giving you no tree fitty, you goddamn Loch Ness monster. Get your own goddamn money.
I gave him
$1.
Oh man.
Well, this is why you're seeing. We've got big enough things. Don't trust your lying eyes, for one. And this is a big case of that. Don't trust your lying eyes. See, we've got this 100 and some page thing showing you right there. Don't trust your lying eyes when it comes around the views, or whether the thing is good or not. You don't know. You played it and all that, but how do you really know that this really is good or not? You're on watch TV. We have to have people who are professional. Well, last time I checked, games are not made for professionals. They're made for everybody.
They've always been made for everybody.
Right. If or at least for that particular genre you might be in, and always welcoming to other people, even if you aren't part of that genre. It's like, oh, this looks interesting.
I don't know if Goat Simulator is made for professionals.
Well, and that's just
professional something.
Yeah. Don't diss it too much, or Janet will get after you.
No, the new one looks. I think it'd be funny to do that co-op. I don't know if I'd be able to stop laughing.
Well, they're remastering Goat Simulator for some reason, but whatever.
Well,
they have like 3 of those already, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
At least.
Hey, milk it for what it's worth. The people love it.
I mean,
what's funnier than a goat driving a bus?
Hey, what do you mean? That's the Minneapolis Bus Company. What are you talking about?
Oh my goodness.
No, it's word salad gobbledygook with a lot of loopholes in there for a lot of abuse. They have not solved anything. They just added to the problem. That's what my take is off of this 100%. It's like, okay, you're just proving that we don't need lawmakers.
No,
we need someone to go in there and start cutting laws and enforcing those that we got.
Let's see, what do we got for these? What comes around goes around. Don't judge a book by its cover. All the good ones. This is not a new problem. It's just changed a little.
Yeah. I mean, will I get zinged for saying "fuck you," Mark Hamill? Well, are you a professional that you can sit back and say that? I mean, what's your experience with dealing with Mark Hamill? Have you ever met him in person?
Let's speak his language. Force off, Mark Hamill.
Yeah. Oh wow, that intellectualness. Oh, I'm sorry. You won, Mark. You won the internet. I have to concede now. I'm conceding now, you bastard.
I have to admit, if you can get him on an interview where he's not talking about any of that stuff, which is hard to do, you're like, that's the guy I remember. Or if he's near his handler, like if his wife is on camera with him, that's a different Mark Hamill.
Yeah, she's right there and gives a jab to the side. Stay on topic. Stay on target.
I did get to see an interview with him where the interviewer was more a fan and doesn't care about the other stuff. So he got him to talk about things we haven't heard him talk about on YouTube. He didn't really talk about Star Wars except a little bit from way back in the day. And then he didn't talk about any politics. And it was just like, wow, dude, I remember this. Right. It was nice, and unfortunately we're only seeing this guy from this angle. And he is that guy, obviously, because he wouldn't be going on stage. He looks pretty like he's in control.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, this is a side he wants to show, and insulting. You don't go out there and insult half your fans like that.
No.
I mean, it's the irritation of Hamill's not his political views. Sure, I wish they were different, but it's not that. It's the fact that you opt to go out there and attack the people that made you. You think that the only people that helped your career along, being your fans, were Democrats or socialists? Then you are mighty stupid. It takes everybody.
With what we've seen in the early interviews, he's like, if I have to be Luke Skywalker and that's how they recognize me for the rest of my life, then I'm fine with that. He loved that aspect of himself, you know. He embraced that, and that's what hurts so much more. It's like, you were this other person before.
Yeah.
You know, and now you're still the same person, but now the old man on the porch syndrome, kind of, you know. Or this would be the old man on the political stoop. You know, don't vote in my registered county.
Yeah.
I mean,
if you don't believe in my ideology, you do not vote here. But we got to stop voter suppression.
Get out there.
I will personally ask everybody coming through there who you're voting for. If you don't have the right answer, I'm going to make you go.
And this is
Mark M.
And this is where we take the George Carlin stance.
And does anybody have any final thoughts on the FTC regulation on reviews?
I'm from the government. I'm here to help.
I just find it weird that they can't find a way to verify. I mean,
right. I wonder how they plan to enforce it, and you know, without knowing what's going on up under the table.
That's so strange. I mean, we can even legitimately say some of the gamers that stream aren't really gamers.
Yeah. Frost.
There's a lot of people that are playing a game, and I'm like, oh, let's see why people watch this. And it's like, oh, they're not playing anything, really. It's just on screen.
Right.
What's his name? Sizzler? The cesspool himself?
There's so many.
Sessler.
Sessler, yeah. He's not a gamer.
That, goodness, yeah. That, and that's, well, gosh, we could go all day on who we used to love that now we don't. You know?
Right. Well, but no, I'm going on an actual legit. I'm not going about, you know, on all that, but really, he's not a gamer. He just was out there being a quote unquote personality. He doesn't really have gaming cred other than the fact that he brushes up on the script, maybe, and talks about it. Even he himself has admitted that he is not a active gamer.
Morgan Webb was more of a gamer than he was.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yes.
And that's not a slight or an insult because he was never really hiding it, at least in those days. It's like, let's have fun. And, you know, obviously, whatever happened, you know, somebody dropped got angry with and did a rage toss of a controller into his head. I don't know. But we are filled with people who claim they're this and they're not. And it'll always be. I mean, we got enough stolen valor, especially from Minnesota out there. So, and stolen valor even goes into this when you're going out there claiming that you're this greatest gamer of all time and you never put a quarter in a Pac-Man machine.
Thank goodness I've never proclaimed that.
Oh, well, you've never been accused of it. Oh, I got this.
True. With how many times I died in a game?
No, you're a perfectionist. That's what I hail you as. The perfect. You know, okay, just a little off topic. That's what we had when we're doing live steel combat is basically how to die, how to lose, and make it look good. Because, you know, when you're out there in the battle and you're getting hit with a sword or an axe or whatever, and you're supposed to be getting that blow, it's like, you just don't drop down. You got to put a show on, you know? If we had blood packs, we'd probably spray the place down.
Spin around, flop, throw rose petals in the air. You know.
Yeah, scream and holler. So, I mean, you're and being involved in it, I have to say, Mike, you're a pro. You're a pro at that in the video game world. So I'd wear that mantle proudly if I were you.
So final thoughts.
You know what? You're a pro at reading the next article after we get everybody's final thoughts.
I know. I saw that.
Look for a gamer score. Look for a minimum so many hours played. I mean, I don't know how to make that simple. I don't know. I don't see how they're not understanding. If you play a certain distance into any game now, you will accumulate those trophies. Some of them give you a trophy as soon as you start the game almost. You know, so that's the same way I used to look at it when I would look for people to, like, oh, should I send a friend request to somebody? Let's see how far they got through it. Oh, you see Call of Duty and you see they did none of the story and they only did the online. That might be somebody you're looking for. If I'm playing Gears of War and I want to play story and I see they only have 2 achievements in the story, it's like, I probably won't do that. That's
right.
I mean, I could do it.
Because let's face it, there's going to be some people who will play a game like Call of Duty. They're not really concerned about the campaign. All they want to do is the multiplayer.
But again, you would get those, win a map or play on every map trophy. You would see that they're making progress in these things. Because if you're not making progress, then they probably don't want those gamers. Because they're either not playing enough or they're not skilled, experienced enough that they're like, well, we want somebody who is into this genre to really give us a review.
Yeah.
Like I said, that's how I did it. I'd go on the friends list. Who have I played with this week? All these people you don't know, hundreds of people on the list.
We're going the friends list, like you were saying earlier. And they'll go through and see what games they've been playing and how many hours they've been putting into the game.
People like, and that's when you find out, you're like, they played this game and they only have 10 points. They don't really play this game.
They only played this game for 14 minutes and they haven't played it since then.
That literally, you'll be like, welcome to the game trophy, and it's like, okay, they haven't done anything. That's kind of how I look at some of the stuff now, and they show the percentage of how many gamers get certain things. Kind of blows me away. I'm like, really? 0.08% of gamers got this? I'm not that special. I don't know. It seems simple.
24, do you have any final thoughts on the FTC regulation?
No, just wondering what what brought it all on and how they plan to enforce it. That's the one thing I guess the article never really tapped on. It didn't say,
it never really touched on it, unfortunately.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it kind of leaves more questions than answers. I guess that's probably the best way to put it.
Cash, do you have any thoughts?
It's all bullshit. Burn it down. No, I'm kidding.
That seems like a legitimate Cash response.
No, it's I don't know. Whenever these things start happening, I always, it's always a red flag all the time. The FTC stuff, just when they're like, we're going to change this, just like Steam is like, we're going to make reviews more helpful, user reviews, and it's like, you can't do funny reviews now, and if you do that, we're going to get you. Okay, fine, Steam, but I don't know. Sometimes I won't say sometimes. Most of the time, things just don't go the right way because you're putting too much censorship and you don't need to. It should be simple and it should be fine. But ever since the review bombing, and I'm sure it has something to do with Star Wars and other things, how dare you? I am sure of it. Paramount getting their panties in a knot and some of these other companies. Disney, of course. How dare you? But yeah, so it's a mess.
Well, yeah, I think you had more right at the end there. The mouse more than just Star Wars, because this affects so much of their properties.
That's right.
And anytime something comes out, Cash, you're quick to do this.
It stinks.
I mean, they haven't even started production.
I know they're trying to fight for their video game right now, so that's a big issue.
Yeah.
No.
Trying to have people, I've heard a lot about how they've had people try to review it, and all they want is the positive reviews, and they
Right.
and I heard they even started paying people, for that. So I guess, it's, like I said, I don't know who's behind it and who's actually calling the shots over at, to enforce these rules, but I wonder how they're gonna get past all of that.
And honestly, I don't think they even know.
Yeah, it's like it's like it's like what's going to be stronger, them trying to enforce it or the corporations trying to fight against it. So I guess we'll see who'll win out at the end of it all.
Exactly.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and pull up the next article, and Baron, you are going to read it.
Oh, yeah. Putting me to work already. See, 24 comes in and you make me read the stories like I used to do on the Kings. I tell you. That's how he's keeping. That's how he's keeping. This is how he's keeping me in practice for when the Kings come back. 24. He's making sure I'm right on it for you.
This isn't the first time. You know what? Hey, Baron, how about Wednesday? You lead off the story. Sounds like a good idea to me.
Wednesday? Oh, okay. I don't even know what the story on Wednesday is.
I don't either. We'll find out.
I'm used to reading all the time. So, okay. So we got this from Variety. Dateline August 23rd, which is a couple days ago of this year, and was almost 12 p.m. by 1 minute. This is a byline by two people, Gene Mattis and Catchy Stephan. Or Steven, it all depends. I don't know how they pronounce, but you can go either way. Megaopolis trailer fake critic quotes were AI generated. Lionsgate drops marketing consultant responsible for snafu. I don't think it was a snafu. The snafu was they got caught. But let's find out more. Lionsgate has parted ways with Eddie Egan. Oh, no, never hire a guy by the name of Eddie Egan. Trust me. The marketing consultant who came up with the Megaopolis trailer that included fake quotes from famous critics. Oh, how stupid do you have to freaking be?
Famous critic Kermit the Frog here.
Yeah, I got one here from Gene Sisco, and he said that, what? The studio pulled the trailer on Wednesday after it was pointed out that the quotes trashing Francis Ford Coppola's previous work did not actually appear in the critics' review and were in fact made up. Sources tell Variety it was not Lionsgate or Egan's intention to fabricate quotes. What?
Right.
What?
Right.
What? What?
Baron, I think it's time to play our favorite clip.
The hell you say?
Now, play our favorite soundbite.
Call bullshit. I call bullshit. I call bullshit.
There we go. This is talk about a case of don't trust your lying eyes, folks. Oh, but was an error in properly vetting and fact-checking the phrases provided by the consultant. But then it's Eddie Egan's fault. He's
the one responsible for putting the ad together and putting it out there, and he deserves all the blame.
Everything. And fact-checking the phrases provided by the consultant. But you know what? You still have a job to do that yourself. The intention of the trailer was to demonstrate that Coppola's revered work, much like Megaopolis, has been met with criticism. It appears that AI was used to generate false quotes from the critics. The best way to do that is make sure the person's dead. If the critic is dead, if they use people who are still alive, you're in trouble. For instance, the trailer claimed that Pauline Kale wrote in the New Yorker, that The Godfather was diminished by its artsiness. Kale, in fact, loved the movie. When Variety prompted AI service ChatGPT to provide negative criticism about Coppola's work from well-known reviewers, the responses provided were strikingly similar to the quotes included in the trailer.
That's
Just a
funny.
second.
They're like from the red carpet premiere. They're like Sean Connery's thoughts.
Yeah.
I call bullshit.
Yeah. We got that AI Sean Connery out there. Okay. Egan has worked closely with Adam Fogelson, the chair of Lionsgate Film Group, for more than 20 years. Now it makes you question those last 20 years, doesn't it, folks?
Yes, it does. What other reviews did he fabricate?
Yeah.
Nobody called
And
him out
others.
on it.
Yeah. The two worked together at Universal and later STX. Fogelson was chairman of Universal Pictures until 2013, and then chairman of the STX Film Group. What is that? Some sort of adult AVN group? I don't know. Fogelson was hired as vice chairman of the Lionsgate Group 2 years ago and named chairman in January. Egan has been an independent consultant, leaving STX in 2019. Yeah, well, I don't see you getting much more jobs, sir. Lionsgate is immediately recalling our trailer for Megapolis, the company said Wednesday. We offer our sincere apologies to the critics involved and to Francis Ford Coppola and American Zoetrope for this inexcusable error in our vetting process. We screwed up. We are sorry. Well, at least they put that in there.
At least they're over it.
Yeah, I gotta get points. A spokesman for Lionsgate declined to comment on this report. Egan did not respond to multiple requests for comment as he was packing his bags to run to Mexico. Back to you, Mike.
Oh, very interesting. I'm going to let our guest 24 take the first crack at this.
Mm-hmm. Well, first off, if you're going to do that, Mike, you got to do it proper. How can you not do that proper? Where is it? Or did you take? Is that one of those that disappeared? Oh, there it goes.
Very interesting, but stupid.
Back to you, 24. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. I was just thinking, like, this is terrible. This is I don't know. It's hard to see what they would get out of doing something like this.
I'd like to know Egan's mindset when he thought this was a great idea.
Right.
That laughter tells me you have something to say about it, Baird.
But I'm waiting. Let the others go. I don't want to turn this into the Baron show, even though that probably would help the viewership. Come on, people. I'm here, man. Come on. Hit that like button. Baron's back, baby.
Please hit that like button if you're watching on the Pacific414 channel, Phantom Hooligans, Cash Money, Twitch channel. Well, you can't actually hit the like, but you can put a thumbs up in the chat.
That's true.
And also, if you're watching on Baron Orman Tags Fandom Legacy, hit that like button. Subscribe.
Yeah.
Also, subscribe to our guest, 24/7 Fusion Media.
If we don't subscribe to 24, if we don't subscribe, what's wrong with you? That's all I got to say. This guy knows his shit down there. 24. He should be up. Why is he down there? There we go. There he goes. There's the man of the hour, the tower of power himself, 24/7 Fusion Media.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, all right. Anyone else have thoughts?
Okay. Hearing none. I
Just more
think what we
shenanigans. What else? More
I
shenanigans in Hollywood.
oh.
Shocking.
Well, being that you live in Hollywood and you're full of shenanigans,
Sure.
you know.
Sure.
Well, I think what we got here is a recipe of a film that's gonna suck. Right?
Oh, I'm kind of confused on this. You mentioned the STX group. I looked it up real quick, and it's like I don't really see how any of these fit. The STX group in Amsterdam does sporting equipment, and the XTX group, the only other one I get is about like environmental progress and stuff like that.
Oh, it's Hollywood. That's 100%.
That's I don't even know if that is what they were talking about when they were talking about this. I kind of think it's funny. I think AI is starting to bite these guys in the ass. They're just sitting around in the cigar lounge going, wouldn't it be funny if we posted stuff about The Godfather saying that it's not really that good, and then we posted it, and Siri's like, okay. she gotcha. I wonder if something like that's happening, because I would think all these guys' offices and stuff are set up, all their accounts are linked with their posting, all this stuff, because it's obviously nobody has PR groups to do this for them anymore, except like comedians are like the only ones that do this, and only certain ones.
Well,
jeez.
Look at James Cameron. I don't know if you guys ever watched this documentary, and they were talking about critics and different stuff. James Cameron went after some guy a number of years ago from Entertainment Weekly because he gave Titanic a bad review.
That's
I wish
hilarious.
that was a joke.
Like, this piece of crap. I can see
How
it.
dare
I can
him.
totally see it.
How
He
dare him
probably
not enjoy my film.
read that morning, and he's like, "This is the only way I can get it out." See,
He said he was like yelling at him on the phone or something like this. That's some funny stuff.
Oh,
So
jeez.
ridiculous.
I'm gonna have to see if
Talk
I can
about an
find
angry
that.
Canadian.
Yeah, I could see Cameron doing that for sure, dude. He is an egomaniac, so yes, that's funny.
What was that?
And real quick, I just want to say
Maniac.
hello to Leia Rose.
Hello, Leia.
Hello, Leia.
See you, Leia.
Hi, Leia.
The hell you say?
Right?
She said hi to me second. Nah.
Hey, you're number 2. You're number 2. Padawanabe's number 2.
Woohoo.
Okay, I'm gonna take this in the direction of someone who, has done little, what we'd say, marketing, or trying to do an approach on it, out of the industry, trying to do a campaign. I think Lionsgate knows that they have themselves a bit of a dud in turkey here, and that's what they talked to with Mr. Egan, Eddie Egan. My God, never do business with a man by the name of Eddie Egan, okay? I don't know the man personally, but just the name, okay? So they were sitting around after doing blow off a hooker's ass in the bathroom, and came up with a brilliant idea that, hey, we're going to get slaughtered with negative reviews on this movie. So why don't we come up with an ad campaign that one of the greatest films ever made, The Godfather, loved by so many out there, thought of as one of the top tier films ever made, right? That it was trashed when it came out. And see, this is to show you that don't trust these critics coming out trashing this film. They did the same thing with The Godfather.
They were just negging it, trying to get that reverse attention.
No. I think this is exactly what it was. I think because this Eddie Egan, I think, at least had enough brains to to come up with something like this. Now, does that mean what they did was right? Well, if they were real quotes, then no problem. But it still shows signs of desperation. You don't want to go out there right away in an ad campaign saying you're not going to hear anything good about this film, but come and see it. They've already tipped their hat that whatever it is with this film is probably not going to be good. They probably did their researches. They had their test audiences. The test audience went in, watched the film. They came out. They asked, "Hey, what do you think of the film?"
It stinks.
And one guy sat back and, "Hey, I love the film. I love the film." Then ended up doing this.
Relax, will you? For crying out, what's getting to you? I'm breaking your balls a little bit. That's all. I'm only kidding with you.
Yeah, I mean, that's because he was goofing around saying it was good. This is not a good ad campaign. You never want to go with an ad campaign where your product is going to be trashed. And if you have to make a preemptive strike like that, this is bad advertising. This is horrible advertising. Like I said, they must have gotten the poor blow and the bottom tier hooker to do it off of.
In that order, Baron?
I don't know. I don't work with Eddie Egan, so our Lionsgate. So, I mean, I know times aren't that well over at Lionsgate. Before they used to be able to do the primo stuff.
It sounds like a character from The Matrix, dude.
What, Eddie Egan? I'm Eddie Egan.
Good day, Mr. Egan.
They don't want to do business. And this is why. This is why. No, I mean, again, I'm looking at it from a different viewpoint. And it's like, yeah, this film's not going to be good. They wanted to nip it in the bud, and they flopped. Pure, plain, and simple. It's going to be interesting to see Mike pull up these numbers, the box office numbers when this movie comes out.
Yep.
Or is it up? I don't know. I mean,
I don't know when it comes up, but I also had the box office website pulled up. I just haven't seen anything update yet.
Well, you better get on the horn with them. Come on, Mike. They respect you. You put the fear of God in them.
Right, Baron, right.
Yeah, it's that guy from Mayberry again.
Shut up, Baron.
Says the end of September. I was just looking it up because I don't really know about this movie at all.
I've heard it, but I don't know much about it.
We were gonna take a look at it, the trailer on Wednesday, but when we saw that the video was no longer available, we were wondering why was it pulled, and then of course we find out why it was pulled.
Oh, interesting. It seems like it's kind of an adaptation between two time. That's okay. I'm getting kind of a like how Romeo and Juliet was remade in a more modern kind of era, but it was still kind of old school. That's what this looks like, because it's like a huge cityscape, but then they have this lady looking like a Caesar. So there's definitely kind of
New
twisting
Rome.
Okay, is that what it is?
New Rome, yeah. Adam Driver is.
Is that Adam Driver? Yeah, I just see
Adam Driver.
Him there.
He hasn't been doing so hot being the main star. I mean, I don't want.
Yeah.
I don't want to be mean to him, but I mean, you got Lawrence Fishburne. He's in there. He's in that narrator. You got John Voight in there. Shale the Beef or Buff or whatever.
Oh, really? They got wow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Adam Driver. And this movie is done by Francis Ford Coppola. Oh, Talia Shire. Of course, she's going to be in there because she's a sister. He always puts her in his films.
I mean, it'd be interesting to watch. And like you're saying, Adam Driver's movies haven't been that great. He
I like
himself
65.
As an actor, I think he kills it in all his movies. Mm-hmm. It's just, can the movie be good enough for him to be in it, kind of thing,
Yeah.
Because like there's some actors like I feel about the lead in the Transformer movie back in the day, opposite Shia LaBeouf, Megan Fox. It's like, oh, this movie's awesome, and then every time she comes up, it kind of drags a little bit. Like Kristen Stewart syndrome.
Because she's strung out on heroin, of course she's going to have that acting ability of a strung out heroin addict.
This movie does have an interesting look to it. I'll say that.
And an interesting cast in there. I mean, I like Adam Driver as an actor. I really do.
That cast. I think
he's a good actor.
Yeah, I think he was done dirty as Ben Solo. I mean, it had a wonderful start for it. I could actually see him playing Anakin Skywalker, to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah, he could do He
could have done that excellently. No offense to Hayden Christensen, but I think Adam Driver would have had much more range or done more. I think the problem is Hayden Christensen is a director's actor where the director needs to tell him what to do. And you had one of the worst directors out there, George Lucas. I'm sorry, he's not good. Everyone says that, even him.
Do better. Okay, George.
Yep.
Make it bigger.
More intense. Fast.
Okay, George.
Right. So, and Adam Driver, he's a method actor.
Yep.
So, so he's working with Francis Ford Coppola as a method actor. This could be interesting because so was Marlon Brando.
But yeah, any time you're gonna bring Godfather into comparison with anything, you're on thin ice, dude.
Well,
and I know they're saying it's AI, but it's like that would have been anything. It's like don't compare anything to that. You're just gonna get criticized. I don't care if you say it's just as good as, or this is better. You know, whatever you say, there's gonna be huge criticism. That movie's just too loved.
Adam Driver can definitely be a leading actor. I mean, he was quite good in Gucci. That was a few years ago. Yeah.
God, there's another movie he did a while back too, and he was just outstanding, and I just can't.
Well, he looked unrecognizable in Ford versus Ferrari.
Yeah, he did. They did a heck of a job of his makeup. But any other final thoughts on that last article before we move on to the Geek Tyrant article?
Well, I hope
to let something like that slip out. Foolish.
Right. And I can imagine. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it was Francis Ford Coppola himself that said, "What the hell are you guys doing?"
I mean, honestly, do we have to put the child locks on these guys' accounts so they can't just send stuff all the time?
Unfortunately, yeah.
The more professional you are, the bigger the lock.
Oh man, God, no kidding. It seems like something you shouldn't have to be dealing with. I mean, it seems straight. It's like it's toddler stuff. It's like, okay, I said don't touch the stove. It's gonna be hot. You know, don't smack the dog in his ear. He'll get mad. I mean, and then they're like, oh, let's see what happens.
Yeah, exactly.
Just so crazy. But I don't know. I'm the guy that's gonna see this on streaming if I see it.
I mean, it sounds interesting. Well, I mean, basically that's gonna be most of what I really can't. I can't get myself to go out into theaters now, and I want to be back to the old days where you get the card and because of so many visits, and you get the discounts and the perks. They always offer, but it's like no, that's going to be a waste on me because this is a fluke that I'm going to a movie this time. So,
but they are trying to go like gangster style with this. Is that what it is?
I haven't watched the trailer, so
okay.
I can't.
I'll watch the trailer.
It's kind of like Metropolis, things to come, and Rome.
Go ahead and look at it here, real quick.
Oh, okay.
I'm just pulled up, and
I'll
have to do what I've done before: is just keep pausing the trailer every 8 to 10 seconds,
and I only assume that because it's like, well, why else would you compare it to Godfather? If it's not a gangster movie, then you can't even.
Well, because it's a Coppola film. This is a Coppola film.
Well, I mean, I get it, but we'll see.
And they're afraid it's going to be a turd. They're probably thinking it's going to be Godfather 3. Now, that's what they should have used for the comparison to the bad one. But then again, Godfather 3 was a bad movie.
AI is still young. They don't have all the experience.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and put the link to the trailer into the chat as well.
That's a neat name for a company. American Zoetrope. I like that.
And it's over on the Rumble side as of right now.
Rumble.
Here we go. And again, folks, I'm going to have to pause this every 8 to 10 seconds to try to avoid any copyright claims and copyright strikes. So let's check out Megalopolis.
True genius is often misunderstood.
Oh, this is the This is the bad one. Two from the voice, huh?
This is hilarious. This is like what you see for like a parody movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is. I'm getting total like what is that? The Scream movies and stuff like that. All those parodies. Oh my goodness.
One filmmaker has always been ahead of his
Still
time.
has the Force.
Go. Now. Do it. From visionary writer and director Francis Ford Coppola.
I mean, it looks interesting.
It does.
Comes an event nothing can prepare you for.
Imagine today's
So
society.
AI. Not Morgan Freeman. Who's in the movie? Lawrence Fishburne.
Mhm.
Yep. It's like a fake Lawrence Fishburne
No.
narration.
It might be him. I don't know. He's the narrator for the film, so.
I know that what I've heard so far, it's like, oh, I'm getting a hint of like an AI Fishburne.
I think we're gonna have to sue TCAP for that instead.
No, you know, we could say that.
gosh.
I even have the copyright disclaimer in the description. It's still not going to stop these companies from giving a copyright claim or a copyright strike, even though
they
it is
definitely
under
don't.
fair use.
Yeah, well, except for one thing, they definitely don't want this one out because of the shame.
As a branch of civilization, about to reach a dead end.
I will say it doesn't look like one I'd go see in the theater. I might rent it and watch it, but from what I'm seeing so far, you know, this is just my point of view. I don't think I would spend money to go see it in the theater.
Is this way we're living?
I mean,
the only one that's available to us. My plan is a city that people can dream about.
So far, just those scenes, those small scenes with Driver, he looks like he's doing a great job.
Yeah.
He's giving me some Elon vibes.
Megalopolis. What about those standing in your way?
The shots are great. I mean, come on.
Yeah, the cinematography looks great.
That's Coppola.
You like it the way it is.
Oh,
People
no
don't need
way.
People need help now.
I don't know. This kind of looks interesting. But yeah, I wouldn't go to but I don't go to the theater for anything right now.
Don't let the now destroy the forever.
We're in need of a great debate about the future.
Hey, Cirque du Soleil.
I am kind of interested with this because I do kind of like these movies that make you think. Because right now it's like, oh, there's a lot of things in this. You're like, that's not even like physically feasible. They're going for like over the top art cinema, and it's like the show Only Murders in the Building has a kind of artsy part to it, and that's where it loses my wife, and I'm like, oh, I actually kind of like that part because it's weird, and it makes you go, whoa, I haven't seen something. So I don't know, I'm leaning into this just because, like I said, I like that weird, like I haven't seen this aspect, I haven't seen this effect before.
Well, yeah, I mean, it does look intriguing, it really does, and we need more thinking films out there. And this looks a lot better than Rebel Moon.
Well, since the new director's cuts came out,
Jace. Just kidding, Jace.
I have to admit, I looked at the new director's cut, like the preview it shows on Netflix, like when you just hover over the thing and it shows some stuff, and I'm like, this is the same movie? Doesn't even look like the same thing at all. I mean, not at all. I was like, where's the wheat farming?
Well, Jace has even mentioned how Rebel Moon Part 1 and Rebel Moon Part 2 are completely different movies.
Yeah, and from what I saw in this little I wasn't even like a clip. I'm like, okay, I might have to watch it cuz now it looks kind of interesting. So, I don't know. I might give it a shot.
Here I give a dig to Jace, and it
Chalk
turns
it up.
into this big conversation about the film I was doing a dig against. I mean,
Chalk it up to
I'm an
some,
influencer.
yeah. That's But no, this
I'm
kind
an
of looks.
influencer.
I mean, somebody mentioned Cirque du Soleil. It's like, hey, I actually like those Cirque du Soleil things. That's
yeah.
amazing stuff to me. But I don't know.
But
This almost makes me go, is this gonna be, what was that movie that Tom Hanks and like Halle Berry or somebody did? And it was supposed to be great, and it was just this huge, like nobody understood it. They play the same characters through time or something, So I was just wondering, I was like, oh, is this just gonna be a
it was a sci-fi movie.
Yeah, yes. Because you see Tom Hanks as like a Neanderthal, and then you see him again in the future in like a suit, and then further on, it's like, oh, they're these same entity. They're like souls trying to find each other through time, I guess.
Wait a moment. Tom Hanks isn't a Neanderthal?
But it makes me nervous to watch something like this, and at the end just go, man. Because that'd be just to be like, why? Oh God, really? That's what it was. I recently watched a film that really left me at the end like that. I was like, what? I was like, God, I just wasted 2.5 hours of my life. And I rarely feel that way about a movie. But wow, I'm intrigued but super nervous because how they do the movies these days, just sometimes you get into it and you're like, oh, dang it, that's what this is.
And TF Steve is saying Cloud Atlas as far as the movie that you're...
Yeah, I think that's the one, yeah. I wanted to say Atlas, but I know there's a few movies that are the same, like Atlas Shrugged, I know, and then there's another one that just came out, Atlas, so I was like, I don't remember what it's called, but Cloud Atlas, that's the one. Yeah, so, okay, roll the trailer. Roll it!
Enjoy the show.
1, 2, 3. Yippee! Yay!
Oh, Aubrey Plaza's in there? Oh, man, I'm going to have to watch this just because of the damn cast.
Jason Schwartzman.
Whoa, that guy has been around.
I was going to say, when was the last time he was in a movie?
Jeez, dude, I don't know, man.
I don't know.
Dustin Hoffman. Wow.
Good to see
this
him.
This cast is ridiculous. I mean...
There's still so much to accomplish, but is there time?
Lightsaber.
Wait. Go.
Francis Ford.
All right. So, thoughts, everybody?
I don't know. I don't know, man. That might be a date night movie. I think my wife might kind of like watching something different too.
Despite the BS in the beginning, I am intrigued by this film, and after seeing the preview fully through, I can see exactly why they pulled this stunt, because this looks way different than a lot of the films that we've had lately. We're so used to Hollywood putting out the trendy, let's blow up the bloody sea and superhero battles films so much. People don't know how to freaking think. Right? Are be able to sit through a thinking movie, which just looks like it is. Well, it's Francis Ford Coppola. I mean, that's the case.
I have no idea what the movie's about, though. And granted, this was like the fake trailer, right?
Yeah, this is
the official trailer.
I kind of had to remind myself.
I was the official trailer.
But the things in the beginning, the quotes in the beginning.
Yeah, this is the one that they pulled off, but still, it looks like they're still out there in some places because they're still doing the trashing.
Finish, yeah. I was gonna say this is the real trailer. It just had those fake quotes in the beginning. Is that what happened?
Right.
Okay. I was thinking this was a whole fake trailer. And the
No,
beginning made me laugh. And then I was expecting this to be like a trailer that's going to make me laugh. And then I was like, wow, this trailer is legit.
Right. Well, that's just it. It is a legitimate trailer. They did do it for well, this is the trailer. It's just that opening part, they're trashing all these films by Francis Ford Coppola, trying to sit back and say that, yeah, we're afraid you're not going to get this film. It might actually be a very good film, but we all know the trend these are like out there. If they don't have baby Grogu in there, you've lost.
Oh, good. That's funny. Sorry, that was funny.
I wish I could say it was true. It wasn't true, but basically it is.
I'll let you all know if I go see this movie, because
please.
I don't know that.
Yeah, I'm curious to know what people think about it when it comes out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you saw the movie, man, but did you see it on weed?
Man, you gotta drop some acid, man. Then play Led Zeppelin to it, man. Far Side of the Moon.
Let me see how long that thing is. If I'm sitting in the theater too long, I better make sure they serve alcohol.
Bring a flask. Bring a flask.
Oh my gosh! Sorry, go ahead. I'll sit up now.
24.
Yay, Jessica Alba.
24. Do you have anything to say about the Megapolis trailer?
Well, I know this has been his 3-4 decades he's been trying to make this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a long time. That's like 30-40 years trying to find some way to make this movie. I know he put a lot of his own money into it. And even they were saying that he got kind of frisky on the production set with some of the actresses. So I don't know if you guys read on any of that, but they were this came out a couple months ago where they were saying he was too touchy-feely or whatever the fuck, But to look at what this movie's trying to do, it looks like it's trying to come with this, utopia kind of thing, making it look something that, you see the chariot races, then you see shit like cyberpunk type of future, and I don't know, it's a whole big mixed bag of shit with all the different stuff in it. Mm-hmm. But it looks like this is something he's decades in the making, and to see him, to see it finally come out now is pretty interesting, versus what this movie would have looked like if he tried to come out with it 10 or 20 years ago. The technology probably would have been different. There's a lot of CGI, a lot of AI. I wonder how much practical effects are actually in this movie, if any. It's a lot of shit. It's a lot to unwrap. And how long is this movie again?
Little over 2 hours.
Oh, that's not so bad.
Yeah, well, this movie looks like it'll be about a good 3 or 4 hours. And
that's what I thought. 3 something.
looking at how much is in it, how much is he actually going to cover with the story when you have so much visuals going on? I bet you the director's cut will probably fill in a lot of things that it probably won't be explained when you watch the theatrical cut. But I want to see, if this is what he's been working on for the last 30-40 years, with script and everything else, story, and now he finally had a chance to put it together. I would like to see what the end result of this movie would look like, and
right.
Are people actually going to like it, be satisfied with it, or are people going to dump on it and say that the movie ain't worth watching or whatever? I'm interested to see how this movie goes, to be honest.
So this seems like it's basically like Cameron's Avatar for Coppola. It's like, I can finally do my story the way I wanted to and bring it. Okay.
Right.
like the big thing that these particular writer directors are like, I've had this story forever, I've worked on it, and no one knows about it until I can get it to a point where I'll release it. And okay, so yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I agree. It seems interesting.
And I think your thoughts on it, Cash, I do want to say hello to Cool Frog over on the Rumble side. Good to see you, Cool
Ribbit.
Frog.
Rumble Ribbit.
I mean, this movie looks interesting. Besides the fake words on the trailer, this is going to be the most amazing thing ever. Yeah, but yeah, Francis Ford Coppola does interesting movies. So yeah, I mean, quality cast definitely, and we'll just see how the audience responds to it.
Right.
Oh no, a movie that makes you think. How terrible! It's awful. I don't know.
And I think that's why you had all those fake reviews in the beginning, because they're gun shy about this.
Right.
I
when
really
they
do.
get caught, then they look like idiots. So that's the problem.
2 words: Eddie Egan. Do not deal with Eddie Egan.
Eddie Egan, dude. I told you, put him back in the Matrix, man. He got out again.
Yeah, I just kind of think when I hear Eddie Egan, I kind of think of like Joe Pesci in one of those cheap suits. Hey, listen, I got an idea.
Eddie Egan, man. Yeah.
Car salesman.
That's right. Eddie Egan, here to sell you a used
Come
Chevy.
down to Eddie Egan's used cars.
He's going to hate us. Good. Eddie Egan.
Eddie Egan. Mr. Eddie. Yes.
Makes me want to watch used cars now.
It's just like Venom. Eddie. Yeah.
Eddie, what are we doing? And we haven't seen Tommy in a long while. Good to see you, Tommy.
Well, look at this.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Tommy's going to be Tommy, so.
Yeah.
We expect nothing less.
Hey, all these streams are sausage factories. What are you talking about?
Sure, Baron.
Your sons, Jace's, all his is sausage factories.
Usually.
Everything that we do is a sausage factory. So I mean,
not everything, but sure.
I have nothing against having women on the panel.
No.
Just make me a sandwich first. That's all I say. Ooh, a sexist says what?
Right. What a sexist
for that, Baron, I am going to play this clip again.
What the hell you say?
That's something a sexist would say. Yeah.
So, as we move on to this article from Geek Tyrant, how many of you were a fan of either the Dark Angel series, Jessica Alba, or both?
Well, I mean, I even got the video game, so.
That answers your question there, Mike.
It does.
Yeah, that was for the Xbox. Yeah, I still own it.
I got a Sin City poster, big huge poster thing of her in it.
Yeah, she was great.
I watched the series, but I could also remember her being on the cover. It was either Maxim or Stuff. One of those two. She was on the cover of and picking it up.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember which one. Maybe she was on both. She was quite the eye candy to.
She's still quite the eye candy.
Yes, Tommy.
I know.
We know about the simping of Jenna Ortega.
Yeah. His first words when he came in the chat was, "I'm not a simp." And it's like, we didn't even say anything, Jace.
No, he knows. Jace knows I'm going to say that he's a Jenna Ortega simp because, well, he is.
Yeah,
he definitely is.
But let's go ahead and get into this article, shall we? This is by Joy Parr. It was posted 2 days ago, and it says Jessica Alba would return for a Dark Angel series under one condition.
Boobies.
Under one condition. She wants all of us to be a part of the Dark Angel reboot.
Ooh,
okay.
There we go. Mm-hmm.
Jessica Alba's Dark Angel. Go ahead, Baron.
I'm going to say only 2 seasons. I thought it went 3. Okay, back to you, Mike.
It seemed like it went longer than that, but unfortunately, it was only 2. Jessica Alba's Dark Angel sci-fi series only ran for 2 seasons, but it was a really good show worth watching. Yes, it was. It's a shame that it was a short-lived series. You're damn right. Dark Angel is set in a dystopian future where the U.S. has been crippled by a massive electromagnetic pulse. The story centers around Max Guevara, a genetically enhanced super soldier who escapes from a covert military facility and lives in a desolate Seattle, hiding from her creators while searching for her genetically modified siblings. Max works as a bike messenger by day and uses her extraordinary abilities to fight corruption and help those in need by night. It had a good mix of action, drama, and social commentary. Yes, it did. The show was created by James Cameron and Charles H. Eagley, and Alba would love to return for a revival series under one condition. Cameron would have to be involved.
Okay.
All right.
Makes sense.
During an interview with Entertainment Tonight, she said, I would do Dark Angel again. If James Cameron wanted to do Dark Angel, I would do Dark Angel again. Yeah, because he really has been a mentor of mine, and it would just be fun to work with him. We have that history together, and I admire him so much, so I think it would be fun. Dark Angel was ahead of its time for sure. It would be really interesting to see where Jim Charles H. Eagley would take it, knowing what we know now about AI and everything. Yeah, and just where technology is, it would be cool to see where they would dream. The series definitely was ahead of its time. Yes, Joey, you already said that. And I think a revival could be really cool. There's
You
been
already
no
said
talk.
that.
Yeah. He does repeat himself in his articles.
Well, that's because he needs to get the word counts up.
I know. There's been no talk of a revival, but it's something that should be considered. And let's face it, if Jessica Alba still wants to do it, as long as James Cameron is there, I'll watch. I enjoyed the series.
Mm-hmm. And looking at Jessica Alba, too.
Yeah. I mean, who's going to argue about that? I mean, guys, even when she was in some movies too, I would watch them just because she was in.
And I think it's safe to say that Dark Angel really is what launched her career.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't she have some sort of fondness, especially the fact that it was a good experience for her? And working with and that is it. As much as we have besmirched him and stuff, and even in this show, we besmirched him. He's talented. He's good. He's a good writer.
Mm-hmm.
So I can understand why that she'd want to make sure she figures that's going to be the success.
Yes, and I think we can all agree.
Yes, T-Gap. We do know how good she looks in tight leather pants.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we all agree if Jessica Alba comes back and she wants to do it, hey, we would all be on board for that. And sorry, Jace, if you're still out there, Ortega can't have all the roles, man.
That's true. And you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and out myself. I called Jace Jetta Ortega simp. Well, I was a Jessica Alba simp back in the day.
Yeah.
What
the hell you say?
Yes, I was. Yes, I was. But and you know what? I don't apologize for it either.
I watched Charmed and I don't even know what it was about.
Well, which one did you have the bottle of lubricant and the tissues, box of tissues besides watching that show?
Well, I have to admit, rest her soul. I did
Shannon
not. I
Doherty.
was not a fan
Shan-
of the lady. Yeah.
Really?
So I enjoyed Rose McGowan quite a bit during those years.
She got a rise out of you. Okay, that's good.
Well, not Christina Applegate. Alyssa Milano was literally like 2 years older than me, so I was safe. She was on my list before there was lists.
All the way back when Who's the Boss was on. It's like, quiet. Alyssa's on.
Hey, hey.
Just.
Oh,
I mean,
Samantha.
I like
Hey, Samantha, get over here.
I like Jessica Alba and Good Luck Chuck. And
Oh yeah, she's in the sundress. Whoa, goodness. Very attractive feminine figure. Wow. And she's so funny. Her comedy, that I'm glad you mentioned that movie because she did really, I wasn't sure how she would be able to do, but she did good in that.
And you know what? I liked her as Sue Storm in Fantastic Four.
Yes, I actually did very much too. I actually enjoyed that whole cast. I thought it was damn good casting.
Oh, Chickless did a great job. And his demand was he wanted to have a practical effect suit, which worked.
I thought it worked. Hey, I cried. I cried at the big rubber suit man when he couldn't pick up the ring off the road. I cried at the big foam rubber suit. Wah.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the point of Pop Talk Sunday edition where it's time for you to guess which one will need a cigarette first, Mike or Padawannabe. Back to you guys.
Me.
Actually, it's coming to the point of Pop Talk where we're going to go ahead and take a look at the box office numbers for this weekend before we go on to our other two main stories.
Let's see what came out. I'm unaware. Is the Ziegler movie out yet?
All
right.
It's Gamer. Oh.
Yeah, I have the wrong one pulled up. Sorry. My bad.
Yeah, we know.
I still want to get a Switch.
I'm allowed an error per episode, Baron.
Yeah, you've already did them.
You let him on. No.
Yeah, that's the biggest error right there. And Mike's going, when he wasn't on, it really wasn't that bad.
I miss you. I miss you, brother.
I know. But it's more peaceful. Let's put it that way.
So before we do talk about the box office numbers, does anyone have anything else to say about that Geek Tyrant article with Jessica Alba saying she would come back only if James Cameron came back?
Do it.
Yeah, and hopefully it's one of those when they do come back, they're not going to frill it up because it seems like when you do have this long hiatus between the original and a reboot, something gets lost and crazy ideas start going through some of these people's heads. And
yeah, I mean, it's certainly a long hiatus. I mean, considering Dark Angel only went 2 seasons, so.
I know. And so it's like if you bring it back the way it's supposed to be, then yes. But if you start going into a weird area, no. Well, it's best, because we've seen that too much with with a lot of our franchises or IPs that we love.
See, that's what I worry about. What you mentioned there, Baron. Where are they gonna be? Because this is like after an EMP blast, so it's very chaotic. There's no technology except very basic stuff, and so they would have to rebuild literally. And where would they be this many years later? Would it be something we want to see? I hope so. Would James Cameron try and go super nuts CGI on a series? I don't know.
Yeah.
That's what does worry me. It's like, oh no, where is he gonna take it? But I would like to see them two attached like that. I would like to see her. Maybe she can ground James a little bit, and because Jessica Alba's been a kind of a hot thing for a couple years. She is having a resurgence.
Okay. And I think we just got
24?
a miss. Hey, bro. Yeah. Don't apologize. Never apologize, man. Not for that.
Oh, okay.
Not a problem, brother.
Yeah. Hey, man.
Is there anything you want to promote, brother?
Man, actually, just working on a new video. I'll probably have out in the next day or two. But
Good.
other than that, just the channel. If you know, that's all right. You know, hopefully,
Yep.
you guys can subscribe to 24/7 Fusion Media, and you know, and I definitely appreciate y'all having me on, and I look forward to coming
Not a
back
problem,
again.
brother.
So,
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
you have an open
Awesome.
door here, brother.
Mm-hmm.
well, thank you. I appreciate that, and I'll definitely, hopefully, in the next week or two, I'll definitely be back. So, I look forward to it.
Well, keep in touch, man. I can't wait.
Yeah, keep in touch, dude. For sure.
I definitely will. But just wanted to tell everybody thank you. I had a great time. You guys are awesome, and I look forward to doing this again with y'all.
I do too.
Me too.
It's always a
always good
pleasure to
hearing.
have you on, and I
Me
hope
too.
you have a great day, brother.
Hey, you
It's
do the
always-
same. Thank y'all.
Bye.
All right,
Later.
take care.
man.
All right, peace.
Peace. It's always good hearing those docile tones from 24/7 Fusion Media. You know, the one that makes the women drop their panties because he is a tower of power. He is the man of the hour. He's 24/7 Fusion Media, the primetime king of live stream. Back to you, Mike.
And I'm appreciative that he was able to come on today.
I was suspecting that was going to be the special guest, and I'm happy to see him. It's good to see him. I miss my buddy. I miss my pal. My brother from another mother.
I know, and I've been talking to him a little bit here and there, and
You know, he pays me more to be on the show than you do. So.
Baron. Let's take a look at the box office numbers, shall we?
If you insist, man.
All right. So as you can see here, with school starting to get back in session, the box office numbers are dropping back down. They had a little bit of a surge there in the middle of the summer, but now everything's starting to drop back down to previous pre-summer levels.
Well, that's because Deadpool and Wolverine, they saved Disney, man.
No. I will maintain that Deadpool and Wolverine does not save Disney. It does not save the MCU. It's a nice bookend to the 20th Century Fox Marvel films.
Mm-hmm.
But it does not save Disney, nor does it save the MCU.
No. The ship is sunk.
Yep. So Deadpool and Wolverine made $18.3 million this weekend, followed by Alien Romulus. There were no Romulans in that movie. None. None. There were no
That's
Romulan birds of prey. There were no derelict class warbirds. There were no Romulan scout ships.
Well, see what I'm doing. I'm waiting for Aliens Remus to come out. That way I can have a double feature.
Now, without all those details that Mike just explained, does this movie lack a little bit of logic?
If you like seeing Gen Z get into a situation where they have to deal with a xenomorph, and you're like, oh gosh, come on.
Does everybody die?
I will not spoil that part, but there are some things from previous Alien movies that are put into this one, especially near the end. It's like, we've already seen that.
Did you find yourself rooting for the aliens?
Yes. Yes, I was rooting for the face huggers. I was rooting for the xenomorphs.
Get him! Oh, get him. Man, so close.
Yeah, you got him. Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Get him, you're so close. Almost there.
Look around the corner. Do it. Let him get you. Do it now.
Oh, my God.
No.
Trip. What's an ankle?
I can see Mike yelling in the theater.
Zero
Come on!
gravity and avoid that
Come on.
That
You were
acid,
so
come
close,
on.
face huggers. You were so close to getting him.
Somebody escapes, like they close the door and the thing jumps at the window and they're like, and he's like, boo, popcorn at the screen.
Yep.
So close.
Make Xenomorphs great again. But before we take a look at the rest of the numbers, I want to welcome in
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
Oh wow, the song twice in a row.
Yes!
Twice in a day. Holy
Dang,
crap.
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm
How you
one
doing,
stream
Feel
Anonymous?
privileged and
I bet.
insulted all at the same time.
Live.
Come on. I've been doing that for a couple of years now. You should be used to
I
it.
know. I got
Lot-
to feign insult, just to keep it going, dude. It's just
Live from his wife's
Hey,
she's in the
hey,
backyard. It's Animos.
And you know what? I look at it this way too, Anonymous. It's still a tribute to Clobby because he was the one
There you-
that started doing that when you popped into his chat. So
yeah. Now, see, I have to pretend like it bothers me, and it's just a punch to the face because of that, right? It's the shtick. That's what we got. We got going on. I can't ever pretend like I like it, and like I got my own theme song.
You're gonna
didn't
love
hear that. Keep that to yourself.
it. You're gonna love it, buddy.
So yeah,
loving there, baby.
Alien Romulus. Yes, I do have my out of the theater review up for it. I try to keep those very short. But yeah, no Romulans in that movie, and it only made 16.2 million.
Well,
It ends with us made 11.9 million, and that's the Blake Lively movie. So Ryan and Blake are still bringing in money.
Oh yeah, even without the movies, I think they're still bringing in money.
Yeah, Blink Twice, which when I saw the trailer for it before Alien Romulus, that looked stupid. That looked real stupid. Then you have The Forge. Is that like the La Forge? Okay, that's a bad joke. That's a bad joke. Okay.
It's some
I got your love
PG
for you
movie.
right here.
I've seen the trailer a few times. I go,
Oh,
that's great.
And Twisters, it's still making money. It made 6.2 million this weekend.
You know,
And that
you
is
know how they
not
would
streaming for rent too.
That count
so
the
it's
streaming
still
stuff?
making movies or still making money.
Well, they probably would have gotten bigger response if they would have put titties in front of that.
Well, I heard
Hey,
Twisters is gonna do a thing where they're basically going to the streaming for something's coming out, and then they're gonna try and go back, like they're gonna take it off the rental and go back to the normal release plan, which is a weird. It's weird how they're doing it.
Yeah.
They're experimenting.
And then you have the 15th anniversary release of Coraline, which made 5 million. So that ought to tell you something about current day movies. If a 15-year-old movie is actually making money on its re-release.
Quality movie though.
And they're actually, I saw something about the person that did the Coraline movies. There was a few of those kind of stop motion claymation-y type movies that were all by the same person, and they're going to release a game here pretty soon.
In stop motion?
It looks exactly the same way. I think it's Coraline. I think they did the movie 9, and then there was another movie.
It's Tim Burton.
And there was another movie in that same animation style. It's similar to James and the Giant Peach and Nightmare Before Christmas, but it's a little bit different.
So it's going to take forever to play the game because they're going to do, okay, I'm going to move the control this way. Now all of a sudden, hand moves a leg, click. Another
I
hand
bet
moves
that's
a
going to
leg,
be
click.
a lot of computer help. I remember that game, that clay fighter game on the SNES.
Yeah,
No.
Killer Instinct. Was it Clay Fighter or Killer Instinct? Was
Clay
kind of
Fighter,
claymation
Fighter. It was like
there
it
was
looked
Clay
like
Fighter, and then there
Play-Doh.
was Killer Instinct, and
But Killer Instinct had those morphing characters. Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, but this game's going to be
there
real
was
time.
Primeval.
Yep.
And I never seen Coraline. Have you guys seen it? You know, I was just a little
No.
older, and a lot
I,
of the
I
children
saw
I
I
know
saw
have
the
seen it.
trailers for it 15 years ago, but it was never
Mhm.
what I had any interest in watching.
It's an
Mhm.
interesting
It
film.
wasn't.
Oh, I
Yeah,
remember the other
that's
movie.
correct.
They did a new movie about a boy
Don't talk
who
with your mouth full. No.
plays he
I'm
plays a little two guitar instrument. It was like a Asian movie.
Coco or no? Kubo and the Two Strings.
Yeah, that's the other one. Yes, Kubo.
And then you have the new Crow movie, which made 4.6 million.
That's opening weekend, is it not?
Yes.
Where's
Yeah, and-
Jace?
No, that's bad. That's terrible.
And what did Borderlands open at?
Huh.
Like 5 million, something like that. 8 million.
That would probably be the
gosh.
biggest bomb of the generation or something. That's what they were saying.
And at number 9, you have Despicable Me 4, which has grossed a total of $885 million. So
It's done very well.
That's impressive. Yeah,
Yes.
they usually do, especially if they can have I mean, it's not a woke movie, a franchise at all. So if they can just keep a good story, they usually bring quality.
Some things fell a little
acting
flat,
and
but
comedy.
It was
And did
pretty enjoyable.
And it looked like it said seventh week. See, 10th week here. These are good numbers for this long in the theater, though. I think.
yeah, I mean,
that's all you
Inside
gotta
Out
do.
2, $1.6
I
billion.
want to see if Deadpool and Wolverine could actually beat Barbie. They've got to get to about
God, that movie was such a
1.5.
fluke.
What is it? I know, but it also has the name of it already too. That helps, but it's got to get to about what is it at 1. I think it was 1.466.
I'm pulling it up right now.
Yeah, it's about that.
1.2
Yeah,
billion for Deadpool Wolverine, so it
Right.
still has a ways to go.
it's got a
It's gonna
ways to
catch
go.
Barbie.
Yeah,
And-
it's gonna get
Well,
about
it's
another
going to
300
be
million or something worldwide. Yeah.
woke wine moms versus thirsty wine moms. So
And-
who's got the most?
And
in
does
the
Deadpool
bag, right?
and Wolverine outdo it in home sales? Because I think Deadpool and Wolverine would outsell it once it went. Like once.
Oh,
you
yeah,
purchase the
I mean,
movie, I
yeah.
think more people would purchase.
Yeah,
that.
we'll see if it can just. It might be able to hold on, but it needs to make another
That's so funny.
200 to 300 million if it
Oh.
wants to pass Barbie. Or actually,
Ryan Reynolds has all these milestones, and he's like, just couldn't beat Barbie. Ugh!
I don't know.
Oh,
Feminist
you
team up
know,
for Barbie, man.
You know, if there was another Deadpool movie within the
that's
next
so
couple of
funny.
years, that's exactly one of the lines Deadpool would say.
That's right. It's like, God, if we just we still couldn't beat Barbie.
Well,
Maybe
we'll
if
see.
I added a little bit more pink.
Right, we'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, if they stay in the top 10, they probably can. So
Somebody else would say something.
for a
the
while,
offhand
they're gonna have to stay in
remark.
the top 10 for a while.
They're like, "Oh, Deadpool couldn't beat Barbie, though, could you?" He'd be like, "You shut your mouth."
And poor Borderlands.
Oh, it's still there.
I have no desire to see it, but I know Kilted did. So
It wasn't that bad. It just wasn't what it should have been.
Wasn't that bad, but it sounds like you're saying it wasn't that good either.
Well, that's the thing. It's like there's nothing in it where I go, "Oh, this is horrible." You know, so I'm not sure how to feel about a movie when you don't dislike it, but you're like, "Oh, that should have been bigger."
We know
it
your
should have been a
tastes.
little different.
We know your tastes, Animal. Padawan.
Not me. I got good taste.
I
You
know,
leave me alone.
I know you got good taste, but we know Padawannabe's taste, and it's like I didn't see anything wrong. Yeah, we know.
Well, having
you wouldn't.
played the games, it looked great. The characters were all right. Everything should have been bigger. Everything, like every character, every environment, every story. That's all it was, and I'm not surprised.
Padawannabe, man, this
should have
movie
been way bigger.
This movie was already on its way to failing
know.
after it became PG-13.
Oh, I didn't know it was PG-13.
Yes.
So
It should
that
have been
explains
rated
a lot.
R.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. This
Don't
easily.
people look at ratings no more?
No, but I saw Borderlands and I was like, oh, did they do Mad Max better than Mad Max? Like some of the sets and stuff that I saw, I was like, I kind of like the way this looks.
That's fighting words.
Wow.
Not the old Mad Max, the new
if
stuff. The new Mad Max stuff.
Furiosa,
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
I
about. The new
understand
stuff.
because
Not very
Furiosa
good.
wasn't all that
Fury
good.
Road and Furiosa, because I saw
You redeem yourself.
Borderlands. I saw Borderlands, and I was like, this nails what Borderlands should look like. And then it made me go, wow, did they do Mad Max better than the new Mad? And that's what I thought.
But man, look at the casting. Yes, they got quality actors, but the problem is Lilith is like in her late 20s.
Yep.
Right. And Roland is not like, haha, I'm Kevin Hart, and I'm gonna make well, at least in the trailer that you see, I'm gonna make bathroom humor, huh? It's like no, Roland's a serious character.
I was surprised.
Yes. But
Sorry,
Randy Cry Pitchford has no problem changing this stuff, and I'm sure he's like disappointed. Oh, I thought it was gonna be a success. It's like, and then we have another Borderlands game coming out, and people did not like the story too much. They liked the gameplay, but they didn't like the story. So
on 3,
yes,
yeah, it kind of started falling apart at that prequel.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I did it again.
And we have our next story ready. If Cash would like to read it, I will go ahead and put it into the private chat.
Oh boy!
Get to work. Get to work.
And just for the record,
You
I
got
didn't
your
pay
mouth
money.
that's a strong suit.
Just for the record,
Excuse
I
me,
didn't pay money to see
Anonymous.
Borderlands.
Funny.
What was that out loud? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Now we know why. Now we know why Pat don't want to be like that. He didn't pay to see it. He's one of those shows we're talking about earlier. Fake news. Mr. Pale.
Would I say go see it? No, not necessarily.
You're gonna positive review anything you get for free.
I would say watch
right.
X-Men 97 before you watch Borderlands for sure.
What? I went to see Ant-Man and Wasp Quantum Mania or Quantum of Solace or whatever the hell that was called.
Yeah.
And my friend paid, and I still didn't like it.
Wasp Mania.
Well, that's because you have that's because you have standards. Pat O'Enemy doesn't. We know that.
Ant-Man 3 had no comedy. I missed.
Oh
comedy.
boy, it's an article from
penis jokes.
Great.
That's fine.
We got an article here from CBR. Oh, my favorite website. It's the best. Okay, so so we got the next Final Fantasy VII remake will change aspects of major character. Oh boy.
I can hear Az having an heart attack right now.
Now, did this character consent
I
to
get to also
plastic
look
surgery?
up Japanese names. Very excited.
Yay! That's why you got
That's
this
why
one,
you get
man.
it.
That's
That's
right.
right.
That's right.
Thanks,
Gotta
Mike.
Make sure I get these names right. Okay. Oh my God. First of all, let's figure out what this guy's name is. The author. Fucking hell. All right. Jeez.
Boy, that escalated.
I would say it's Nemati
got out of hand fast.
Ezekwi? I don't know.
Zekwi? It might be.
I don't know. I'm trying. I'm not like Cash go, whatever this guy's name is.
Yeah. Yeah. He's like that with everybody, though. It's because, he's Cash Monet.
Naoki Hamaguchi.
Nimi Asikawi. Good fucking. All right. Anyways.
Wow.
Okay.
A racist would say.
What a racist might say. No, it's not. But anyways, so.
Well, saying names wrong is now the new one. Yeah, so it's like, yeah.
Yeah, well.
Do you know that, man?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Anyways, so we got Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, director Naoki. All right, let's see if I can get this one.
Hamaguchi.
Yeah, I think it's Hamaguchi.
Yeah, even I can
yes.
pronounce it, Cash.
Yes, has teased that the next franchise installment will change aspects of a fan favorite character. Oh boy, guys, very exciting. Tifa Lockhart, a childhood friend of the series' primary protagonist, Cloud Strife, debuted in the original 1997 game and has been a mainstay ever since. I know,
Wow,
right?
I didn't know that Final Fantasy started in the 70s.
What
Yeah.
it did, man? Who
It was
knew?
called
But-
Pong back then.
It was called Pong.
But what big tit?
That's right. Hamaguchi revealed at the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth summoning a masterpiece panel that his team would show a new, stronger side of Tifa, different from what fans have seen in previous entries. Yay!
Girl boss.
Why does that sound bad? Yes.
Yeah, because
But
I'm
she is a
assuming
girl
she was
boss.
pretty
When-
strong
when-
to be.
She's always been strong.
When
what
I
are we
switched
talking
to
about?
play as her, she is a girl boss. I have her kick ass. I make
Oh,
sure she has the
boy.
right upgrades.
Okay, so the director hinted at gameplay changes with X, formerly known as Twitter. Look, Twix, X, Twitter, we'll call it what we want. Right. User Genkey _ JPN for Japan, of course, noting that Hamaguchi gave this response while answering a question about Tifa's fighting abilities. Though Hamaguchi did not go into full detail, Genkey believes he could have been referring to showcasing even more of Tifa's physical strength. She's already strong.
She's gonna be overpowered.
What are we doing? Okay. So in the Final Fantasy VII
She's already
series,
a strong, capable woman in the
she
series.
is.
But she
Tifa-
can't lift a car. I mean, come on.
Well, so she has to turn green and become She-Hulk.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, that's right.
Oh my.
In the Final
It worked.
Fantasy VII series, Tifa is a member of the eco-terrorist group Avalanche. She convinces Cloud to join the group to keep him close and safe, later assisting him in saving the planet from the game's main antagonist, Sephiroth. The next Final Fantasy VII Remake installment will likely pick up from where Rebirth left off. I'm shocked, as the truth about Tifa and Cloud's life is doomed town of let me see.
Nibelheim.
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 Yeah. I think Nibelheim, yes, comes to light with a series
You think Nibelheim? It is Nibelheim.
Yes, for the
Go back and
final
watch Viking
chapter
Street.
of the
Viking.
of the story. Yes. When will the last installment of Final Fantasy VII Remake arrive? Square Enix will reportedly release the final installment of Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy in 2027. Tetsuya Nomura, I think I'm saying that right, has completed Nomura has completed the main story for Part 3 of Final Fantasy VII Remake and aims to start voice recording soon. Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 main story has already been completed, and Nomura thinks they will perhaps start voice recording soon. Revealed ex-user. Fuck that. I'm not reading that name.
Aka baka laka baka.
Yeah.
Wow. Just a second, guy. Just a second, guys. Just a second.
Oh my
okay,
God.
Okay. Yeah, Pat S. Oh, great. I'm glad you're there, Pat S. Is there a way that Brandon, the anime guy, might be available right now? We need some help with things.
We're fine. I don't know. It's just some wacky name.
Guys? Oh, okay. I understand. Okay.
Just some wacky name. Even I try to pronounce the names to the best of my ability.
Well, I mean, it's just some username, dude, from X. What do we care about that?
Oh, wow. This is a real person you're going after.
Yeah.
My word.
Yeah, dude. It's just some X user who's been
They're gonna put some random letters and numbers together on an account name. They deserve what they get.
Way to go, Kamala Harris, on this poor person.
I know.
Are you using a Venn chart while you're doing it? Come on, man.
Oh.
Do you have Tim
you
Walsh
get the
next
Venn
to you
diagram
acting like a
of
moron?
Okay.
You mean Baby Huey?
He remarks that Kittis proposed an idea to him about something very important to include, even though it wasn't in the original game, and Nomura is pondering how to deliver. He thinks it will surely make people happy if they do it well. Final Fantasy VII Remake Yoshinori, there we go, Kishi is confident that the game will satisfy fans and hope it will arrive in 3 years, given their efficient development process. Oh boy, Kissy
That's if
hopes
the game doesn't get shelved in between
Mhm.
now and then.
Right.
Kittis, yes, hopes to deliver an amazing product for Part 3 without sacrificing quality over time. He says the reason why Final Fantasy Rebirth was such an efficient development period was because they retained the same staff as the previous installment. And Part 3 will also have the same team, the tweet continued. Yep. So here's the whole thing about this. Is the next game going to have stupid yellow paint on mountains? Hey, this is where you climb. I don't know. It's just so stupid. But what do you think, Mike?
Folks, what it's referring to is when he saw me playing the game, and there's
Yes.
areas of the game where you have to have Cloud climb up. It's marked with yellow paint, and when Cash saw that, he's all, seriously?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
basically, Cash was like this when he saw it.
You know what really grinds my gears?
Yeah, that wasn't yellow paint. No, it wasn't yellow
Right.
paint.
It was yellow snow. I don't know about paint.
But Tifa's already a badass. How much more badassery do you want to get out of the character when the character's already, again,
right,
a proven badass?
Well, they're going to turn Tifa here into Phoebe Waller-Bridge over here. Right?
Oh, no.
Oh, anonymous. Anonymous.
I tell you what, that's what happens when you
Why am I
meditate in
getting
your
shined
wife's
on
teeth
here?
shed.
It's something, man. It's something.
Oh God. Oh God. Yeah.
Anonymous.
Even
just
Laura
saying.
Croft's nice titas is ruined by, oh God, Phoebe Waller-Bridge. Oh my word.
Box office poison.
I guess
why do they
this-
keep hiring this woman?
Going back to this person's username, I guess it's I'm gonna try this Taki Mushi, something Taki Mushi, something like that.
Takimushu?
You can tell
Yeah.
Cash is really thrilled. He really cares about the person's username.
I do
Yeah, why you trying?
actually. I care a lot.
Why?
Right.
I care a lot. So yes.
Sounds like it.
Oh man.
All right. So we've got this article from Cosmic Book News.
All right. So let's see. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Okay. So Anonymous is gonna read next. Is that right?
No, I'm reading this. I'm reading
Okay.
this.
All right. I think he was ready though, but all right.
I don't know how to read.
We know.
It's by Matt McGloin, and it says
Oh,
Phoebe
McGroin.
Waller-Bridge. McGloin.
Oh, sorry. Just sound like my groin.
Phil McGroin.
Yeah, you just pull on it. Give it a tug. Yeah. I'm Phil McGroin.
Hey, you know, it's good to have
Pat
the peanut
McGroin.
gallery back together. Phoebe Waller-Bridge Tomb Raider series now in doubt. Has a writer who is known for the Marvel's WandaVision and Marvel's upcoming Agatha series. Well, that's not a good sign. And the sad thing is that WandaVision, the first 3 episodes started off good. Then it was the following episodes that I went, see you later.
Especially that great Doctor Strange movie, the second one. Oh, so amazing.
I haven't seen it. I have no intention on seeing it.
I watched Mahler's video, so basically I saw it.
Nah,
I watched it.
I don't think
Dude.
watching a video counts, Anonymous.
Dude, it's 6 hours long. I watched the freaking movie. Believe me.
Yeah. At that,
Oh.
you pretty much
Nah,
have
maybe you
seen.
did. Maybe you watched.
He analyzed every stinking second of that movie. I swear to God, I watched that movie.
Yeah.
The Phoebe Waller-Bridge live-action Tomb Raider series that is being developed for Amazon Prime Video is now in doubt.
Good.
Even though back in May, Amazon officially announced the series, a new report offers the Tomb Raider series may not happen. good. I wasn't impressed by that animated series on Netflix.
Oh, it
by the
looks
trailer.
great, man. They're gonna torture Laura
Oh,
again, and
man.
it's like, why? Because like they need to give her a reason. At least in the games, they gave her a reason. Now they're just torturing her to mentally torture her. It's
That
great.
new
I think
season,
fetishes might be involved in that.
I think the new season of
Maybe.
Arcane is gonna bury this Laura animated show.
Oh well, it's just even you look at her arms too in certain angles, and you're like, she looks a bit more mannish. It's like I want to hear,
yeah.
"I am Laura Croft."
Well,
It
they
is
pull the
bad."
shoulders out. You know, they like a woman's shoulders don't hang straight down from their body like a guy's do. You know, because the shoulders are wider. Like this shot here, feminine shoulder. The boob size almost doesn't matter as long as you're keeping right with the character. You know, don't change her so much that it's like, oh, this isn't even the same. Don't make us go, why didn't you just make a different movie?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the big thing. We don't care if you change a character for certain reasons, but make it work. You know, you don't have to explain, oh, I didn't fit through the cave, so I got a reduction. You know?
Wow. Oh my God.
Wow,
man.
Padawan.
It makes me
some
laugh
of the things
because
you come up with, man.
Well, it makes me laugh about that because I've seen these videos where in Asian countries they have this framework, and it's like if you don't fit through this framework, you're not allowed on the trails. So people are saying, "Oh, these trails are fat phobic," and it's like, no, go for it. Go get stuck in the cavern. you know, I mean,
the trails aren't.
So I was thinking of Laura Croft going through this, and it's like if she can smush herself through the frame, like the rest of her body fits fine.
Well, a lot of butter and a running start. That'll get her through.
And you have to go in at an angle and one boob at a time. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But just
like
imagine
moving a couch inside of a door.
Yeah, but imagine the jiggling afterwards. I mean, whew.
But on the last the pop talk or whatever, when you mentioned about that, it made me think of this. When they were saying like the boob reduction, Phoebe Waller-Bridge mentioned something like that, like she can't fit in the caves, and it's like, oh my god. Well, I guess that artifact's staying buried. Gosh darn it. Curse my
Well,
genes.
Phoebe Waller-Bridge is jealous because Laura Croft looks like a woman. She doesn't.
Oh goodness.
And this
That tracks.
article
Really.
says Puck News, which is run by the former editor of The Hollywood Reporter, writes in their report titled The Best and Worst Deals of Peak TV that people within the industry doubt the Phoebe Waller-Bridge Tomb Raider series will see the light of day. It shouldn't. It honestly shouldn't.
Yeah.
She didn't add anything to the Dial of Destiny. The Dial of Destiny shouldn't have been made.
No. Or made
There,
by
there,
somebody
there,
else.
there are only 3 Indiana Jones movies.
We know what should have happened.
And a TV series.
Phoebe
Yes,
should
yes.
have been in it, and Short Round should have.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
at least the
Instead
Crystal
of-
Skull was
instead
still
of-
enjoyable. But I know
Yeah.
what you mean.
But in Dial of Destiny, you can agree with this too, Cash. We had discount
Yes.
Short Round with Teddy.
We did, man. Discount Short Round was terrible.
Discount
Timo?
CGI too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Mhm.
Many insiders placing bets on whether it will ever come to fruition, states the report. No additional information is known. Well, if insiders are having doubts, a former head writer of the Hollywood Reporter is having doubts about it. Well, that's telling us that maybe, just maybe, they won't say it out loud, but even Amazon's having doubts.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't place that bet, to be honest with you, because Hollywood is, if not anything, retarded. So they're pretty willing to just to blow money on whatever.
Yeah, but
even
there's
if they
been a
know
rumor
it's
for
going to
a
fail.
while that the Henry Cavill Warhammer series isn't going to happen.
Well, that's because they don't like him, or they're trying to stupefy it, and he's probably not that into it
Bingo.
anymore. I remember that.
Yep.
He's still in the Warhammer. Just he doesn't want to see something he loves destroyed.
Oh yeah, you know what are they? I'm not into Warhammer, so I know it's like they're gonna put more chicks in it and make it lame and gay or something, right?
Well, that's what they're saying, yeah. So I mean, you can have chicks,
and that's a big turnoff for him.
Well, I don't think it's the fact that there's more chicks in it. It depends on where they are, because in Warhammer you have the Sister Seratis, or the Sisters of Battle, the Adeptus Seratis. Sorry, you have the Sisters of Silence, which are perfect because they don't talk. Then you've got also the military, the basic military in there, which of course has women in it. And so, I mean, there's a lot of places in this, and I'm just talking about humans. I'm not even talking about the Eldar, the Dark Eldar, the Tau, all these others that also have prominent women involved in there. Now, if we're talking about Custodes, if we're talking about Space Marines, no, there are no women involved in that. And if they're going to make female Custodes, then why don't you do the female Custodes like the Custodes were when Warhammer 40K first came out? Basically, the only thing they wore were loincloths, and they were oiled down. Wearing funky hats. Right. So, I mean, there you go. I mean, all you're wearing is a loincloth and a funky helm, and you're oiled down. There we go. I'm for it then. Then you bring the Custodes back what they were.
I might get into Warhammer if that were the case.
Some women No, go ahead. Go ahead,
Padawannabe.
I was just gonna say some women I can't accept, but it has to make sense. Even as a man, all of us on this panel, whatever size we are, we may consider ourselves men. And then we look at half of the NFL and half of the NBA, and it's like, oh, that guy is 6'10" and 400 pounds. Maybe I'm not the guy you want to send out. Send the giants. If there's a giant woman, send her. But there's not going to be as many giant women as giant men. Send those behemoths out there to fight for us. They can do more than I will ever be able to do.
Well, in the Warhammer 40K lore and such, the big problem is to have Custodes and Custodes they're basically based off of male genetics, i.e., the Emperor of mankind. There's a spark of the Emperor in each one of them. Well, because the Emperor was a he, or is a he, depends on how you want to view him. Is he, he's Schrodinger's Emperor. Is he alive or is he dead? We don't know. So that's the problem. They have in-lore explanation of why. And lo and behold, what are they doing? They're talking about, and granted, science fiction science, but an actual scientific reason why this is the case. Now, if you had a mother emperor and she made her own group, well, that's different. But we don't. We don't have Mrs. Emperor out there. It is the Emperor of mankind, who's a perpetual, who's lived for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. Let's be forthright with that. And that's why. But no, we're so desperate, we're going to have to go out there and change the lore for these blue-haired land whales that A, never played the game, and B, never want to play the game, and 3, or C, or where I can't remember if it was numbering or lettering these down, think this is a stupid thing. These guys are playing with their little toys.
Well, infiltrate, reorganize, and destroy.
Oh,
Right.
What about that one commentator who was going off a half-hearted list saying that gaming is one of the worst hobbies a guy could have?
Well, financially, yeah, at least right there.
We'll just send him to a fictional place, Nimblheim. Just send him to Nimblheim.
And to me, I retort, any addiction will do that. It's not game. If they're addicted to gaming, they're addicted. They can be addicted to something else. You know,
Well,
you can say that about literally everything. If you're
There-
saying that it's a
She,
bad
she,
hobby,
she goes off this list.
yes.
I'll go ahead and pull it up.
Even Gutfeld and the gang talked about it and rolling their eyes
because
at
I'm
it.
just thinking, if you think it's a bad hobby, you
Well,
might be thinking
it's funny too because there
taking
was
too much
a
time.
I'll
there was
pull
an
it up,
article
put it in
before
the
that
chat
on
in
the
the,
same
our
website of Niche
regular
Gamer
chat too.
that said that actually another study came out and said video games are actually not dangerous to people. They're actually pretty healthy. Go figure.
Well, it all depends. Again,
They
anything
can
in
actually
moderation
help
is
your
good.
mental health. Right. I know.
Yeah,
I
it's
agree.
Right.
yeah, it's a person by person basis. Like right now,
Yeah.
I'll give you a story. My new brother-in-law has a son, and he plays games all the freaking night. He grew up with an iPad or a phone in his hand, so
Yeah.
at 6 years old. So he is fully on into gambling online, playing video games, doing all kinds of the stuff. But he does it so bad, so much that he can't keep a job. He can't keep a job with his own father. His father just fired him
Wow.
because he won't show up to work. He's a lazy bum.
Yeah, well, dude, that's what happened with people. One guy's like, "Hey, I was playing this MMO too much and I lost my job." Well,
set a
it became
timer,
an
bro.
addiction.
like me and my kid,
What do you do when you
we
eat?
play games, and my kid plays a lot of games, but he's got a good work ethic, and he goes to
Right.
work every day or every time
Yeah.
he's supposed to be. He doesn't miss unless he's sick, and he works hard, and he comes home, he
Yep.
buys some games, he plays some games.
And if you're
Well-
too addicted, then especially if you can't get things done in school and whatever, you have to unfortunately say, "Well, I'm going to have to put the gaming on hold for a while
Yes,
so I can get
it
good
all,
grades."
all comes to your mental attitude
right.
towards stuff and
Exactly.
how you're
And-
raised.
And our generation, I don't know how many of us are gamers and how long you have been gamers, but for as long as I've kind of been in the workforce, there's always been something I'm like, oh, I just got this, or this just came out and I want to go home and play it. And I held my jobs, and every new game, every new system, every few weeks, it is constant. And we had to learn to build our entire lives around this. I have to wait to get home, but we also learned scheduling. Like we have to wait for this show. So let's get our crap done when we can. So there's a big difference. This having everything whenever you want. It's like, well, it's even harder now.
Instant
for them.
gratification.
Yeah, and it's even harder for them to go, oh, I have responsibilities. And I get it. My brother didn't move out till he was like 30. And I'm like, I don't understand the generation. Like my stepdaughter didn't really care about getting her license until she was like 18. And I'm like, that's weird to me. Like the not
My
moving.
kids'
It's
friends
like,
are all like that.
that's what we wanted to do. Like, get me out of here. Let me go do stuff. Because we didn't
We
have
knew
the stuff at
license
home.
was freedom, right?
Exactly.
Mhm.
And they
They
didn't
didn't
have
know
the
that.
stuff-
They don't know that.
In some areas, you need to have a license. You need to have a car to get around because not every area has public transportation.
Right.
Well, they don't care about that. They really don't.
And what did we do though? We went out to go bowling or play video games or do stuff, and it's like a lot of the stuff we have at home now. You don't have the physical bowling, but some adults,
No.
gosh dang, they fell into that Wii bowling. I mean, so it's good and bad. You have to just with everything. It's like a new technology comes in. It's like, are you going to be able to adapt and keep going? They're just not adapting. They're not adapting as fast.
Well,
So-
sorry. I was just going to sit back and say I wasn't going to be so quick to call lazy in this, and the fact that we're talking about addiction. And some people, just like someone can go out and have a couple beers and they're fine. It's like they're not dependent on it. It's like, I got home. I think I'll crack a cold one open right now and just sit back and contemplate Billy Buttonwood. Then you got others, they need to drink, which of course affects job, family, everything else.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily them that they're quote unquote lazy, but they fell in a trap. And that's what we're getting with this. Mental activities can be just as addictive because, in a sense, playing video games is a mental thing.
Yeah.
As well as anything else. It's your dopamine. It's the thing that is your coping mechanism, and you get lost too much into it. This is what gives us a lot of the problems we have with the trendy blue hair land whales, whatever we want to call it. They are so wrapped up in their own narcissist attitudes to everything.
You can do it.
Yeah. I can do it. You're right.
Yeah.
That's their addiction. Their addiction is going out there, making problems, being miserable human beings. And yes, they are. Their goal is to make everybody else miserable. But they don't get wrapped up in the games. They get wrapped into doing this social activism.
Well, yeah, of course, man.
Where none is needed. And
right,
getting themselves in there.
And addiction.
Yes.
I had to have a soda each and every day with lunch, with dinner, and when I got thirsty, I didn't grab water. I would grab soda.
Yeah.
Well, I ended up paying for that in 2018 when I had kidney stones. So ever since then, I drink water. I might have a soda, maybe once or twice a week, if at all.
Dun,
he fell off the wagon.
That is so un-American.
But I don't want to experience kidney stones again. And I also changed my diet too.
And that's the thing is sometimes we approach all this wrong, and then you see these people getting violent because you took their video games away or locked the cable or whatever, and they go absolutely nuts. Well, excuse me, haven't you seen that with other addictions? You try to keep someone from drinking, and sometimes the things they'd say are drugs or any of that. And everyone sits back and says all the way across the board, a lot of people are absolutely miserable to be around during that time. It's not because they're basically detoxing out of it. Well, part of it is also your behavior. They got to detox out of that behavior, which is, of course, video games. But it's hard for people to grasp that this is the same thing. Well, it is.
Yeah,
they can become addicted to anything. Yeah.
Yeah, it affects your brain all the time.
What?
I was just saying it's good to see Blazerhawk Darren. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it's just you'd be surprised what all the stuff that can affect your mental condition, your diet, your what you put into your brain constantly, just the people you hang around with, social media, it's all very addictive. Especially you can get dopamine dumps just by getting likes or something on a Twix post.
Yeah.
Especially if you start getting a bunch, that just feeds you. You just keep feeding it, and
right.
Some people have that addictive personality, and not towards everything, but just towards certain things. Like I've smoked, I've drunk. I never cared for any of it. So it wasn't something that was addicted to me. And drugs, and it just wasn't it. Freaking sugar, hello. Yeah, that was my drug of choice. But
pixie sticks.
It all depends. Yeah. The cocaine sticks. That's what it was. But yeah, it's all depends on the person and what they have a proclivity to be addicted to.
Right. What's the chink in the armor? And sometimes we don't know until it happens. I mean,
yeah.
And that's how it's got to be approached in some ways. And it's bad. It's bad because this should be entertainment. This should be escapism, but people have turned it into their world. We joke about the blue-haired land whales and the others. Is like, what color is the sky in the world? When that is the question to ask, because they're not on the same plane of existence mentally as the rest of society. They're living in a land of fiction. Video games are a land of fiction. Movies, books, all this comics, whatever, are fiction. Living in a world of fiction. Nothing
people
wrong
rather
with
live
that.
there.
Right.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. When people would have rather live there or want to live there so bad, That's all they dwell on. They can't deal with the real world. So this fantasy world is so much better than what I live in. And trust me, I've been there. I have been there. I there's things that I would just love to just be somewhere else and be in this world here of Star Wars or Stargate or something, and because my life at certain times sucked to high heaven. And
you know what cures that fast? Imagine you living the world of Warhammer 40K. That cures that one completely. It's like, talk about back to reality. Oh yeah, I mean, I guess my world isn't that bad. My life isn't that bad. Okay. Time to do motivational speeches now. Hey, you think your life is bad? At least it's not 40K.
That's true. And getting back to this article, it says the details for the Phoebe Waller-Bridge Tomb Raider series include that Phoebe Waller-Bridge has been set as writer and executive producer for the series, coming to Prime Video. The series is supposed to be written by Megan McDonnell, who is known for the Marvels, WandaVision, and Marvel's upcoming Agatha series. It would also say McDonald. Hey, that's an easy one to do. Come on. I'm not perfect.
Cheap fast food, except it's not cheap no more. Yeah.
Is serving as story editor and consulting producer. Variety also previously reported on the hiring of McDonnell on Tomb Raider as a project that exemplifies the non-traditional approach she likes to bring to boilerplate formats. Okay.
That means suck. Non-traditional just equal. Let me translate for you.
Approach. I know. That's why my okay was like, okay.
Okay. Make sure she's got a dick.
Make me gay.
Be they sitcoms or superhero tentpoles, Phoebe Waller-Bridge, who previously talked about discussing the look of Lara Croft in the writer's room, she had an attitude. She was very deliberate in what she wanted to do. That all changed when they realized they could market her to be a sex symbol. Waller-Bridge said back in June, "Oh, fuck off."
She always had a bloody attitude.
She had the attitude and the sex appeal.
Yeah, she had
that's
everything.
That's what people liked about the character.
Yeah, have you not watched any of the movies at all?
Have you not played any of the games? Apparently not, Phoebe.
No. Of course not.
I don't remember many instances when the bad guy in a Tomb Raider game's, what have we have here? And more, she's a big pain in everybody's ass. I mean, she's the she's the one you're rooting for. She's trying to be the hero, but she just is such a thorn in the side of all these bad guys, you know. And that proves the point we're making. It's like girl boss. She is, man. She's like, I'm not gonna let you have it.
No, and that's what we liked about her when we started playing the games back in '96.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, it's hard to believe that old. And
Phoebe
the only game I'm sure Phoebe Waller-Bridge ever played was spin the bottle, making sure she had her dog in a jar of peanut butter with her.
Ooh,
I've never seen a dog. I've never seen a dog rush out and try to get caught by dog pound before. Dog catcher.
Oh boy!
Rescue me! It's like Dahmer.
Yeah,
Phoebe Waller-Bridge
got the dog and Phoebe Waller at the same time.
Phoebe Waller-Bridge continued. She's a Tomb Raider, so she's incredibly fit. She has to squeeze through tiny rock crevices all the time. It is a different experience squeezing through a small rock crevices when you have larger boobs than if you have smaller boobs.
How would she know?
Phoebe, you
know.
definitely sound like someone who has never played the games.
And
you have zero idea what Laura is all about.
We're Tomb Raider.
Sounds like boob
not
to me.
cave diving.
It is. I got bigger boobs than Phoebe Waller-Bridge. Come on. I mean, And that's exactly what it is. How would you know what it's like to have big boobs? I've seen big boobs do some miraculous things. It's
Cass
like
got a bigger
she
chin
can
than
do
she
that.
got boobs.
And how would we know if she can fit or not? That
beautiful
would end the
chin,
game
yes.
pretty quick.
Will
Could you
destroy
imagine
you,
that?
Anonymous.
You get to your first cave and she's like, damn, I'll have to come back to this later.
Game over.
You know what? Have you ever heard of movie magic? Just squeeze the boobs are squishy, dude. They go in and out. Phoebe, if you never touched a boob before, obviously you didn't touch your own because you don't have any. But
no, I'm sure she does touch boobs, if you know what I mean. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Say no more. Say no more.
Well, authentic boob squish.
Well, that's just it. She plays with too many plastic ones, and they don't have the same feel as real ones. Come on, you're gonna base it off the fake ones you play with?
We all know
it's not
games
plastic,
have jiggle
Baron.
physics.
It's neoprene, rubber. It's the big Japanese. Never mind.
Well, unless you went to Australia and it's Vegemite, but that's beside the point.
Tonight on Entertainment. No, I guess it'd be Entertainment Tonight. Baron, this man, he finds out what is Phoebe Waller doing. Is she playing with real boobs or not? Find out at 10.
Hey, inquiring minds need to know.
Oh,
Phoebe, you're such a joke.
Phoebe, you might just stick to Fleabag, and if you're not gonna do your research on a lot of this stuff, just don't do it. Okay, that's all.
Cash. If chlamydia had a face, it'd be her. Okay.
Part of the appeal of Laura, besides the look of the character, is the intelligence of the character. How she'll look at clues to figure out puzzles and out links as to why certain artifacts are being looked for.
Ooh, she knows.
What, you want a smart, hot woman too? God, Mike.
Yes, I do. Is that so much to ask?
Wait a moment. She knows
just as long as you don't ask how much she weighs.
Well, she does science. She's a woman does science. Quick, witch, burn her, burn her.
When Anonymous sees some of these women walking around, he says, "Why are they doing what?" Oh boy. With the rake, right? Yeah, with the rake in Simpsons. He sees the women, they're doing Sideshow Bob.
Yeah. Why are they doing a Chevy Chase on the rake?
It ends the article by saying Phoebe Waller-Bridge recently starred in Disney and Lucasfilm's biggest flop of 2023, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, which is one of the biggest flops of 2023 with $143 million loss. Likewise, McDonald's, The Marvels is the biggest flop of 2023 as the flick lost Disney more than $200 million because nobody asked for it.
Nobody really wanted it.
Well, let's take a step back to addiction, and I'm going to be really serious here, right? Yeah. And we've been all sitting back saying, what the frig is wrong with these businesses? Because that's what a movie studio is, a business. Why do they keep on doubling down, tripling down, quadrupling down on failure, right? And it has to do with another form of addiction. One, validation. They want to be validated. They think that they're smarter than all of us schlubs who don't know a damn thing. How can you say anything about this? You don't make movies. No, we watch them. You're making them for us. And we don't like them. We're not. They want to have that validation. So they're so obsessed with getting their messages out. They're so obsessed with getting the BS out. They're so obsessed with lecturing us. They're so obsessed. Their addiction is the fact that they think they're the smartest person on earth. And we have to listen to them.
Well,
and exactly. Right. And that's the addiction. The addiction. And the thing is even if we placated them with these silly notions, it will only heighten it up even more. Just like us doing this to them, not watching their stuff, making them failures because, we were told if you don't like it, don't watch it. Okay, we don't. How dare you do that? Again, it's all part of it. That narcissism is all about them. It's their addiction. We are rejecting their message, and they will not be happy until we all go kumbaya with us, and then they'll be making money, and then basically they're forcing their way on us. Either do what we want, or you're not going to have anything. And it's like, okay, fine, I accept your conditions. Your conditions are acceptable. And that's what they're finding out now. This is why. Yeah. It's that that ego addiction.
Yeah, they want their egos fed continuously, right? Because that's what narcissists do.
Right. Yes.
And I had a thought. No, I had a brain part. Sorry. Please move on.
Well, but no, and that's the thing. It's that search of validation that, just like was it you, Animals, that said that your sister's got a new husband and the boy, and he can't. He's destroying his life basically.
Yeah.
But now you'll be able to show up for a couple hours at a job, right? Well, we're seeing this on the Uber level with these businesses. It's like. You just saw these films become successful, become hits, primarily because they're going to what people want. No, that's good enough. We have to keep doing things the way we want it, and we're going to battle everybody on that until we get our way. And that's what we're facing. It's just as destructive. And yeah, it's like, well, that's so simplistic, Baron. You know what? Sometimes it is. It's a simplistic. We expect something to be so huge, so big that it could be a little thing like this, because it's the little things that bring stuff down. There's a butterfly effect that people want to sit back and see. A butterfly stretches his wings out, and the next thing we know, Mike's got a hurricane on his back door. But this is what these people are doing.
I don't want to hear that this time of year, Baron.
I know. You don't want to hear it. Oh, well, you've already been through enough of it already this year. You don't need more. But that's the thing, though. It's they're going to be right. They're going to prove themselves right, even if it destroys them. Yeah, and the studios are going down. We're seeing it evident all the way around, but unfortunately, a lot of YouTubers out there, I don't mean be disparaging of a lot of my fellow YouTubers, don't have a tendency to start looking at a bigger picture and are so quick to go on the knee jerk. These studios are hurting. Things are getting canceled. Look at this. Amazon canceling this. This is getting canceled. Acolyte's been canceled. Two Star Trek series behind a paywall canceled. It's falling apart. This
because it's unsustainable.
Right.
And we always said that from the beginning. This kind of theology in our entertainment is unsustainable, because eventually people who are actually awake, they reject this message. They reject everything that they want to push on us, because we know in our heart of hearts it doesn't make any sense. And that's human beings. Human beings, they know when they're being played. They know when things are false. They want to throw crap in our face and tell us, 2 + 2 = 5, and we know better, and we can't go along with it. So we stop.
Wait, Anonymous, are you telling me 2 + 2 doesn't equal 5?
Mike, no. Listen to me right now. 2 + 2 is 7. Don't fall for their crap, okay?
Well, and that's the thing too. We gotta, in our community here, we start seeing it as crumbling, and not vilify it or beat our chest, but celebrate it and point it out. Keep on pointing it out. Look, it is happening. It's happening. See it? We have hope. Quit being doom and gloom, because it's going to be an overnight thing. We're going to wake up one morning here in the next year and a half, maybe even sooner than that, and everything's going to be turned around in this industry. And I've been saying that. I said that's part of the 5-year plan. They see what's going to be happening in 5 years, and that's still on schedule, in my opinion. And we're seeing it crumbling now. Sometimes we'll get too passionate in this, that we have a tendency to not see the forest for the trees.
Yeah,
but
some
it's happening.
companies may be able to turn. I mean, nothing. Nobody's going to be able to turn on a dime. But the bigger companies definitely can't. Disney will never. They'll never turn around. Well, I can say never, but it'll take quite a lot of years for them to turn around. But like,
Well, they're
Prime,
already
they can
getting
turn on a.
backlash when they made an announcement about putting a Cars Land in Disney World, and then they wait till after their D23 event to say, "Oh, by the way, we're getting rid of the Rivers of America at Disney World in order to do this new ride."
See, they're not learning fast enough, and they can't because they're infiltrated so deep that they can't undo what they've done in a short amount of time. But I figure some can because they know that the route they were going. They know that.
Thank you, Kamala. Thank you, Kamala.
The route that they're going is unsustainable. It doesn't make them any money, and they're in debt up to their eyeballs. And they have to turn it around. They have to. When they see Phoebe Waller-Bridge and they're like, let's look at this. Oh, Phoebe Waller-Bridge is attached to it. Yeah, she's cancer. Okay, so maybe we should not do this. And they quietly kind of push it aside or postpone it until they finally cancel or something.
If anything, you got to put some other people on there and say, look, we're going to be looking at the source material. And if they cry wolf, then, they're going in the wrong direction, because it sounds like Phoebe Waller-Bridger, I like to call her Bridger, she doesn't seem to know much of anything about Lara Croft when she's saying these things, and it's just okay. Did you play a game? And I know we've already said this, but this goes for a lot of people. So Disney finally starts making money, for example, and then they're going to go back and do some more of the other things, and they're not going to take more chances. They're going to play it safe. That's why we're getting Moana 2. That's why we've gotten Inside Out 2, which I enjoyed, but still, it's playing it safe. Incredibles 3, right.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's the thing is, what you're going to see with Disney is you're going to see breakup. Things will be smashed apart in Disney. It's going to happen sooner than you can imagine, because of just all the things that we're just saying here. Disney cannot survive if it has all its entities still there. It can't do it. They'll need to break it up. And that includes Lucasfilm. And yes, that includes Pixar and Marvel. They might be able to keep Pixar, but as it goes, they cannot keep Lucasfilm and Marvel and be sustaining. Then they'll absolutely crush, because it ain't working. They turn these golden eggs into crap.
Yeah.
And again, it's part of that. It's that addiction mindset. It's like me. It's got to go our way or the highway.
So what are we gonna go right? And are we gonna go through it again if Skeleton Crew, which is the next Star Wars show, unless there's something else before it? Is that going to be? Yeah, I think that's the next one. I don't know for sure. I'm guessing. If that's not a success, is the fans going to be attacked again? Probably.
Yeah.
Yes, probably.
But, always.
It's how much money are they going to have to lose? Because obviously they took a major hit. The interesting thing about something like the Acolyte, I know the thing that's not supposed to be mentioned, but I know we talked a little bit about it before, is how much money they spent on that. I think that was the most expensive Star Wars show ever made. That is crazy to me.
Mm-hmm. And you didn't even necessarily have full hour episodes.
Right. That drives me nuts.
You know what kind of movie they could have made for that?
Yeah.
Yeah, they could have.
My gosh.
So are they going to bank on the fact that this Mando Grogu film is going to do well? They don't know that.
That's if it happens.
Right. Or if it even happens. Right.
Yeah, there's so much ill will towards Mando right now. It's like, who's going to want to go watch that? It's a TV show made into a movie, and it's just the child Yoda who's the key to. I mean, come on, everybody's tired of this crap.
Well, that's just it. They ran that one into the ground. Baby Yoda got run into the ground because it was the only thing they had to run off of. They couldn't even necessarily do Mando, which is, last time I checked, he's supposed to be the star of the show. But no, he gets pushed back into the back seat for a Baby Yoda. Boom, there he is. Baby Yoda. Hey, look, Baby Yoda. Oh, you love Baby Yoda, don't you? Oh, he's the greatest, isn't he? Bestest ever. Right. So
then he got nerfed for a chick in the last season.
Yep.
I mean,
so
what do they can't do? They can't do it. They just
right.
That I would expect for that to get canceled because I'm not going to say that. This is Disney we're talking about, right?
Right. Well,
they'll probably spend $200 million on it.
Right. So
Yeah.
Disney's had two big successes now with Inside Out 2 first, and then Deadpool and Wolverine. Okay, so where do we go from here?
Well, if you had people that weren't addicted to stupidity, it would be, let's go back to the formulas that work for us. This is what we're known for. This is what we're good at.
Mm-hmm.
And let's treat.
See, they have their proof, right?
They got
their proof. They have,
but they're
Inside
blinded.
Out 2, they got what was the other one? There's another one just came out, or what was the other one? It's Inside Out 2, and Despicable Me.
Yeah.
4.
Yeah. Well, that's not Disney.
That's not Disney, though. That's not Disney. So.
Is it not?
No.
It's not Pixar?
No.
Okay, well, never mind.
I think it's Illumination.
We'll go with Deadpool.
Yes, it's Illumination.
Illumination. All right. Yeah. We got Deadpool, right? They kept their hands off of it for the most part and let Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman do whatever the crap they wanted.
I think so.
Yeah, it's not a great story, but it was a fun freaking movie, and everybody's going to watch it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Right.
So that's the formula. You don't put a message in. You have something interesting in the movie for people to want to watch. You make them want to watch it, and they give you money.
Yeah.
Well, when it comes around to Wolverine and all that, I joke about, hey, Disney Marvel's back, maybe, which is, of course, it isn't. But the big thing about it is Wolverine and Deadpool went back to the basics. It's the movie we needed, right? Yeah, it wasn't this big complicated thing. It was an hour and a half, 2 hours of fun stupidity in the right way.
Yeah.
Which a proper popcorn film that you can watch it, and most people sit back and say, "Hey, it was fun to watch," right? Yeah. As much as the other ones that sit back, it was absolutely great, the bestest ever. Like Phil does. But the thing is, it's that movie that we needed on there, and it shows this is what we need. We want to get back to the basics. And even if it wasn't the best film ever, it did well. Why? Because this is what people are craving. Yep. And they'll take something that we would probably have considered a mediocre film and made it great.
Yeah, any other 20 years ago, that would not make $1 billion.
No.
Yeah. It would make money, I think, but it wouldn't be.
Oh, yeah.
It never would have cost that $1 billion mark.
No,
but we're starving so much, so that's fun. That's a fun movie. Go watch it. Word of mouth. Everybody tells it, man. It wasn't the greatest movie, but it was super fun. Go watch it. And they spend their money.
And that's what it was like in the 80s. We had so many of these films coming out, right? Even the ones that weren't quote unquote really great, we still could watch. They still became hits. We didn't feel like we wasted 2 hours in $7.
Exactly. And that's the thing. Other thing, they stayed in the theater for so long. You could go watch it 5 times, and it was it was cheap. You can go watch a matinee. You could people who didn't get to watch it on the first week or the second week, they're still watching it 3, 4, 5 weeks later, and it's still making money.
Or in the case of Star Wars, a year or 2.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the problem, and. It does need to have a big change in there. And yeah, Disney's not going to go anywhere as long as it has Iger still in charge. There's got to be severe house cleaning, or it's going to be, absolutely destroyed. Disney has a chance to survive, but it's not going to survive as an entity that it is now. It'll be much diminished. But we still can't even guarantee that the way they're doing stuff over there.
And we have one more article that we're going to talk about this afternoon before we go.
Good. I want to get the taste of Phoebe Waller-Bridge out of my mouth. That didn't come out right. That didn't come out right. She looks like
Jane
a
Phrasing. Phrasing.
Yeah, phrasing. All right. Please don't say. Let her know I said that. She might actually consider that a come on and knock on my door. Please don't.
You're really not her type.
Nah, I'm really not. One, I'm a dude. But
yeah, exactly. You have too many
All right.
penises.
So we have this article from Niche Gamer, and it says video games are good for mental health. New studies suggest, and this is by. Forgive me because I know what's going to happen. I'm going to try it. Kyu Uzo Ollie?
Come on, Cash, shove them out.
Hold on.
Yeah, do something. You've only had to read one article today.
It's too funny. All right.
Make yourself useful.
Come on, anime boy. You can do it.
Spelling Kaizu.
That's right.
It says an international research team has suggested that video games are good for your health in a recently published study. The international team was led by study co-authors Andrew Brzezinski, the psychologist at the University of Oxford. Yes.
Oh, Oxford. Good there.
And Hiroyuki Agami, behavioral scientist at Klingon University in Tokyo.
Klingon?
Yeah.
University?
Video games are good for your health. Just look at all of us. We played video games and look how we turned out.
The new proposal comes from a new study via Nature magazine that says despite stereotypes of violent video games and even the World Health Organization officially defining video game addiction, video games can improve mental health. Well, that's
as evidenced by this panel.
That's as long as you're not watching one of my streams. Oh, son of a bitch!
Oh, watching your streams make me feel a lot better, Mike. Trust me, it makes me feel a lot better.
Was Cuphead good for your mental health?
I don't think
I beat it, man. I beat it.
He beat it. And I gave that personal help to him. I gave that personal help to him, so I was giddy through the whole thing. It's like,
yeah, Baron gave it to me, and I was thinking to myself, challenge accepted.
Mm-hmm.
It says the team conducted a survey of more than 97,000 people in Japan during the COVID-19 pandemic. Though only 8,192 replied, the team gave questionnaires to people in quarantine and had consoles, specifically gamers that entered a lottery to get PS5 and Nintendo Switch consoles due to shortages during COVID. Yeah.
Okay, so
and we still haven't recovered from that crappy.
Yeah, it's a Kizo Owie.
Thank you.
Oh,
Appreciate
you got an Owie? Oh, I'm sorry.
Owie.
Right.
The study shows that owning consoles has improved mental health in the surveyed people in general. Excuse me. Reducing psychological stress and life satisfaction. Says, however, Agami did confirm that playing for more than 3 hours a day may not bring the same health benefits as playing 3 hours a day. Okay, 3 hours a day.
Just 3
may
hours.
Not just 3 hours a day. Yeah, I confused myself. Okay, it happens.
That's why you got us.
That's because he games too much.
It did more damage than he thought.
Quiet, Baron. Quiet.
Baron's like, I'm gonna twist the knife just a little bit more.
Hey, I got like about 3 episodes to catch up on. Come on.
Of course.
Nature wrote, through a natural experimental approach, we demonstrated that winning a lottery for a Switch or a PS5 positively impacted mental well-being for individuals aged 10 to 69. 69, dude!
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Dude.
Cool.
Awesome.
Yeah. How many
Excellent.
of us watching now, listening now, or watching and listening later would have our mental health improve if we entered a contest and we won a console?
How do you
I mean,
measure that?
that seems like
I'm
a
happy.
no-brainer.
Anonymous would be like, I
Man.
win Dutch.
I won again. Gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, dang it. What am I supposed to? Am I supposed to pay taxes on this?
I have like
Yes.
5 of these.
The
whole
study
room filled with
confirms
them.
the study confirms that Nintendo Switch ownership was favored by females and younger populations, and PS5 for males and adults without children, according to Pete.
Is that a slam? I feel like that's a slam.
Without children.
That sounds like a slam. It sounds like a slam. It's definitely a slam.
So when did you get your latest?
switches.
When did you get your latest PS there, Cash? He's a crazy Sony PS guy.
No.
Childish PS.
I don't even have a PS5, dude. So,
According to Pete Etchels, professor of psychology and science communication at Bath Spa University. I don't know. I hear that name and I think, oh, that's all they do. They're the spa.
Bath Spa University. We're getting our
Bath
information
Spa
from a guy who
yes,
teaches how to take a bath in a spa. I don't get it.
I don't know why.
Hey,
that's what it says. That's what it says here.
Is this a
joke? Think of the.
That makes
think
me
of the-
wonder if it's one of those bad translation things, like it's a happy good time, you know, like maybe bath spa is what it translates to, but it could be like a sleep.
Public, yes, they-
If it was like a
#1.
sleep, you know, and relaxation, something.
this is
the
a
thing
public
think of the
university in England. Bath Spa University.
You know why it's called that? You want to know why it's called that? Because that's a bath is known, which has got its name for the Roman baths and spas that they had there, and that's where the name came from.
Sounds about right.
But it's more fun. It's more fun thinking about a bath spa. I want to go there. Can you think of
Right.
imagine? Can you imagine the research you can get into? Oh my.
Doctor
with his wand, but anyways, yeah, continue.
Dr. Mike Cook, computer science teacher at King's College London, concurred with the study, saying research which helps people understand the benefits of play is good for everyone. No shit, Sherlock.
Woohoo!
Escapism. Who would have thought?
I play all the
Particularly
time.
when it comes to video games, which suffer from an image problem globally. Video games are not just important for children, but for adults of all ages, and are becoming increasingly important for older generations as a source of social connection and mental challenge.
Oh, I'm mentally
Yeah, you can
challenged.
leave
all
out
right.
the social connection, I think.
I don't know.
I suppose if you're playing an online multiplayer game and you're actually talking to other players, that could be your social interaction there.
Sure.
The Call of Duty
Well, that's what they
Lounge.
mean.
No.
Yeah,
The Call of
that's
Duty
what they
Lounge.
mean.
You get
And
a
trust me,
lot
not
in
all
there.
social. Yeah, not all the social interaction on these games is worth having. Believe
That's
no,
probably why women don't talk much over the mic and stuff. Because some guy will be like, "Hey, baby, how you doing?
What kind of tits do you got? How big are yours?
Hi, how you doing?
I was
Hi.
gonna
Am
mention
I, am I
that.
creeping you out? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
interaction
Well,
on a
Instead
game.
of saying, "Hey, yeah, that's cool" and stuff, it's like, "Yeah, I don't know." It's funny.
that's how some guys online will
They
approach it.
are.
It's like, hey, am I creeping you out? I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of them are downright nasty,
on
man.
a game
of
like
course.
Pal World, where you actually have to work together to accomplish the goals, and it makes it easier. But you still have to weed out those players, like you all were just talking about. But then a game like, I don't think Among Us is really all that great, because the social interactions I would hear on that, regardless of what the person is doing that I'm hearing, that I'm watching play, either she would get really screamy and out of hand, just excitement, or their arguments and things like that, or other people on the game would get that way. It was a very confrontational type of game.
Yeah.
Whereas
Monopoly,
where Monopoly can get out of hand depending on how competitive the people are. But that again, it depends on the interaction. Is it cooperative, or is it just simply interaction? Kind of like the haters getting their interaction because they're like, I'll put a negative comment out there just to get a rise. You know what I mean? So.
Oh yeah, people get in there. They're obnoxious. Or behind a screen and a keyboard, and they can be whatever they feel like they want to be that day.
Yeah.
They have no compunctions about being a jerk.
Right, and there's also people who are like, oh, I don't want to be a parent. I can just let the video game be a parent. And that's why it's crazy when it's like, wait, a 12-year-old is on freaking Call of Duty? No.
Well, because I see what you guys
you
have
hear the
dealt with,
voice and you're like, oh, God.
Because every once in a while you'll get a random on your game streams to complete the team. And for the most part, it's been good. You get people that want to play and interact.
We've got some good people, yes.
Yes. And that kind of game does weed out a certain level of player. You know what I mean? So there are some games where a complete newbie can't really jump in, which is good. But we all have those games. Quit turning in circles, man. Can you just go where we're going?
That's
well,
my
that's
best
because
play.
that's right. That's Aaron's best play.
Wait for them dwarfs to come in there and they start running ahead.
Oh man, the dwarves in Vermintide 2 are like the dwarves they act like in Darktide. Yeah.
Go, Mike, go.
But yeah, if they don't,
it's a minefield.
They want to run ahead and stuff. It's like, no, that's not the best idea. And
or you
if
get
somebody
a
gets
sibling.
Killed, then you.
I would deal with a sibling
Yeah.
rivalry with younger kids, less than with 1 digit in their age. And like the sister would kind of start getting mad at her younger brother, and they were playing the Mario on the Wii. So she would wait till he would get kind of ahead a little bit, and they're on the same screen with the Mario characters. And she would like, oh, he's getting ready to jump. So she would hold the screen back so he would die. And it's like, girl, you need to stop. That is not what we're promoting here. Oh, goodness.
Online gaming is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
I hate coconut.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, again, I think it comes down to this because we always comes down to what says it's all bad. This says it's, it can be good. And again, everything in moderation. But there's one thing that I learned through my life. I wish I would have learned it earlier, actually, that all good things in moderation.
Silver cracking in moderation is a good thing.
Yeah, exactly. And if there is something that you do know can be a trap, don't. If you can feel it, it's like, oh, I don't know if I want to go in there because I could just see myself, losing control. Then maybe shy away from that. People shied away from never drinking or smoking or gambling, any of this stuff because they have that feeling that I could get sucked into something, and I don't want to be there. But everything is in moderation.
Myself, I made the choice not to drink, not to smoke, because I've seen what it has done to family members of mine, and it's like, no, I don't want to fall into that trap.
The thing is, you gotta know your triggers, and believe me, humans cannot moderate. Most Americans, I'll say Americans, can't moderate. Most of them. I mean, take a look around you. We're all addicted to something, and we can't moderate. So it's either abstinence or or you just dive head first into it, and you got to figure out a way to get out of it and just stay away from the thing that you can't moderate on. So,
right,
when you're playing with fire, you're gonna get burned. Believe it.
Yeah. Trust me. Somebody puts a plate of freshly baked chocolate chip cookies in front of me. It's like, there's my weakness.
Yeah, anything with chocolate.
The chocolate is like molten magma.
I'm a lot better at my addictions since doing something, but it's still there. I know it's still there. I'm an addict. I know it, and the cravings are minimal and tolerable and manageable, but they're always still there. So you always have to be careful.
I mean, I try to do my cocaine in moderation. It's not always successful, but I try.
You try once a day, right?
Right. I mean, it's like I said, it's getting harder to get those high class hookers anymore. But but in all seriousness, though, that's exactly it. And there's things that we know, things that we should be observant of by seeing other people out there, and how they've gone through. And the best line.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Baron, but I do support this message by T-Gap Steve.
Well, who wouldn't?
Well, yeah, you need to duct tape him now, man. He's downvoting my videos.
He downvotes everybody's, including mine.
Yeah.
Well, good. Any interaction is good interaction, I guess. Give me a watch on my videos, Phil, and then downvote them. I don't care.
Yeah,
I don't know, T-Gap. That doesn't seem like a bad addiction to me.
Me and T-Gap have the same addictions.
Well, there might be some. There might be some Reddit that might not be best. Those fiery jumpers and.
I can just see Phil now behind his computer. 1, 2, 3 downvotes.
Are you telling me Phil's a vampire?
Well, he does suck the life out of everything when he's around.
I know what Phil's referring to. I haven't even said anything about it. I know what he's referring to.
Yes, of course.
But it's Dirty Harry said it best. We got to know our limitations, and I think we've also our generation, actually, starting with Gen X, especially. Yeah, America.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna play it real quick.
Cockroach generation.
Quick. Okay.
We're not cockroaches, damn it.
Oh, we survive it all, man. We survive it all.
Well, yeah, we're the
America, fuck yeah, coming again.
The motherfucking day, yeah. Is it over? I'm sorry.
Because
I can only play so little.
I know
because of YouTube and copyright claims and all that.
Boo! But us Gen Xers coming into this, right? It's like we started coming to the point that why do we have to put our toys away? And what I mean by that, because really, men never put their toys away. Sometimes the focus goes to something else, like cars.
Sometimes women don't put their toys away. We've seen it on stream.
Buzz. Yeah. But the thing is with this generation coming out with the Gen Xers and all that, we held on to our science fiction, all the geek stuff. And we were always told before, no, you gotta get away from that geek stuff. That's not manly. That's not.
You can't make money doing that.
You gotta grow up.
Right. And when it comes to that, we, on a larger force than generations before, stood up and said, no, this is what I like. I like hanging out with my fellow geeks. I love watching these movies. I love reading these books and comics. I don't care. And if you're not going to accept
why do I have to give it up because you don't approve of it?
Right. And that was great. This is where a lot of the fact that us old farts are sitting around talking about this still, into our 40s and 50s. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that there'd be a bunch of us sitting around talking about this at our age, right?
Yeah, I mean,
And
I could think of something right away. My dad didn't understand why, as I was going into my junior high and then high school years, I was collecting Star Trek figures.
Mhm.
I wasn't playing with them. I was putting them on my dresser and displaying them and putting
Right.
them in poses. But he didn't
especially
understand that, so
Troy.
I had to explain it to him. I said, "Well, it's no different than you collecting different model airplanes, putting them together and displaying them.
Right.
That's your passion. I'm
Mhm.
displaying my passion."
Right. And we sat back and decided to sit back and say, "There's nothing wrong with it." And who says what's manly or not? To be manly is to be actually a man. Do you still have a pair while you're doing this? Yeah. Well, okay, fine. We're not all made into a cookie cutter.
No.
Well, yeah. Well, I actually, believe it or not, I didn't think we're going to die. And the thing is
You kidding, Barrett? If anything, I thought I was going to become toxic.
Yeah, well, actually, when you start go about the radioactive wastes and the it's like, well, okay, maybe driving around in a 1973 Ford Falcon in Australia with the last of the V8 interceptors. Okay, you might. Okay, okay, there's a little dream there, but no, I mean, I think we came to a point that these were coming up with such quality too, and was being looked at differently, these films, than what they were before. I mean, when you thought about scientific films, you always thought about the big rubber head things bouncing around and the cheap special effects and the horrible acting and scripts and even the story concepts. Despite the fact that there were such great gems as The Day the Earth Stood Still and Forbidden Planet, those as well. But the quality started getting better in what we were wanting. Even when it came around television, Star Trek came along, kicking aside the stuff we're getting with Lost in Space and all the other silly television shows. It was easier for us to take it serious.
You want to know something? In the 80s, we had a show like Voltron coming out, and people didn't even know it was anime.
Mm-hmm.
But it got people introduced to anime when they found out, wait a minute, this is Voltron, but this is the Japanese version. This is where it came from, and it's so much better.
Yeah,
it got people interested. When you see Akira, that's a very good movie. That got people interested.
Exactly, and that's the thing is not only were we getting that, but we were getting a world. In other words, like you're saying, we're getting this anime from Japan, and not even realizing what Foley was in the beginning. We're getting programs from England, whether it be the Avengers. I'm not talking about the Marvels. I'm talking about Mr. Steed and Mrs. P. You got some of the other ones, the Challengers, all these others that were coming in from ITV and such that were either did have a little bit of network or franchise. And you got stuff like Space 1999, Doctor Who. You had a very side Blake 7 coming in. We were, in a way, getting a worldwide education in entertainment and science fiction and getting a much more worldly viewpoint than a lot of the others would sit back and say, I'm so worldly. Because we were listening to these other viewpoints that other people in the world were doing. And we weren't snooty about it.
And that's the thing I guess we're trying to tell people. Open your mind to different points of view.
Oh, I mean, it would be nice, I guess. Yes, stuff like Akira and different things. I don't know. People want to close off their minds. I mean, sometimes it's easy to do that, but it's just like certain people will never discover shows like Babylon 5. They just won't, and it's very disappointing. It just is.
Right.
It really is.
Well, yeah, it's that mentality. I'm a fan of this. I don't have to be a fan of anything else.
Right.
It's like just like the network really sit back and say, "Well, we already got a science fiction show. We don't need another science fiction show." Oh yeah, but how many cop dramas do you have? Especially cop dramas that have the same.
How many medical dramas? How many medical dramas? Exactly, dude.
Right.
It's
No,
crazy.
my gosh, yes.
A lot.
Yeah, how many police shows? All that across the board.
Yeah.
It's like just because you got one doesn't mean that you are, doing us any favors.
And besides, anyone who doesn't like Babylon 5 is probably a disgusting narn.
Mhm. But a narn with a fantastic chin, but still
yes.
disgusting.
True.
Cash can
Well,
relate.
which of course comes back to what we've always been talking about too. Is that's why we're upset with seeing our things abused the way they are. So, with Generation X coming in, it's starting to get this this growth in entertainment, and not necessarily even science fiction, but it's still pop culture. I mean, Have Gun Will Travel being well ahead of its time, Western, presenting itself like what other Westerns never did before. Various other, unique, even police shows. It's like, whoa, this is a different take on it. I mean, a truly different take. Movies and such. It's like, well, there's no reason to be ashamed of this. We like it. Why should I?
We shouldn't have been ashamed of it to begin with, but because of societal norms, we were made to feel like what we were watching wasn't worth watching. What we'd supported wasn't worth supporting. Oh, look at you! You're wearing your Star Trek costume. You're such a dork.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. So what? I mean, after a point, I really didn't give a shit what people thought. It's like, okay, I don't care.
So
but then you start finding out that secretly they were fans too.
Yeah, that's always a funny thing. It's like, oh, it's not a cool thing to talk about this. It's not a cool thing that you watch this show. It's not a cool this. Yeah, it's funny stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I watch what I like. Okay.
Exactly.
I don't care, and I think that's what helped keep this stuff alive. It's become both a blessing and a curse. The curse is now we're full of trendies.
Yeah, true. Yes.
And that's what's been destroying it. That's why this Megapolis looks fascinating.
As I like to say it, you got these trendies that refer to Star Trek as Star Trek.
See, somebody if you're out in the wild and you hear somebody say the word Star Trek, you have full rights to kick him in the.
Yeah. I have the perfect clip. I have the perfect clip.
You mean kick her in the balls?
Yes.
If I hear somebody say Star Trek
and the responsibility.
Star Trek.
He said, "Today is a good day to die."
And
I just imagine somebody saying that in front of Mike, and you just see this look.
I am Pacific414. You called it Star Trek. Prepare to die.
That would be.
No, I wouldn't actually hurt somebody over saying Star Trek. I will give them a dirty look. Like what the fuck?
And these days that's hurting somebody. You're hurting somebody. Just give me a button.
Set his phaser on stun.
It's kind of like the real version of that clip there. It's like Picard's like, Mr. Worf, that's not what he said. And he's like, I'm sorry, sir. I took all the derogatory terms out of it.
This would definitely be buried if you heard someone say Star Trek instead of Star Trek.
Do you see what happens, Larry, when you fuck a stranger in the ass?
Is it a track? Is it a trek? We don't know. Yes, we do.
Star Trek. How do you get a tank in space?
I thought it was NASCAR.
What would God need with a tank?
Yeah.
Remember when I said I was not going to destroy the world with a flood again? I didn't say anything about giant tanks. Ah!
Oh. Whoa, cool. Giant tanks, man.
Space tank. Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. Space tank? That's awesome, dude. That's great.
That should be, there we go. New anime series, Space Tank. You know they do it. You know they do it.
They get around space. They just keep shooting things for propulsion. We're not moving, sir. Shoot at that moon, cadet. Okay, full speed ahead.
Sir, we're not.
Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Oh, that's right. I remember hearing that in the schools there, sir. Oh, yes, so fire it. Have the equal act. You know.
Oh no.
You know, talking
Sir,
fast.
we're not moving. Turn the turret around and fire. Won't move.
I got your tank right here, baby.
Oh my gosh. You're not a man if you don't go out of space without a helmet.
Oxygen's for losers.
Sorry, he's soft.
Star Trekking across the universe in our big Tiger tank under Captain Kirk. Star Trekking across the universe. Fully going forward. And we fire at the Klingons.
Leaving skid marks on every planet we can.
What type of skid marks are you talking about here?
Yeah.
Too much
Careful
fiber in
skid marks.
skid mark, or...
There's no phrasing on Star Trek.
You'd think that'd be logical, but
no logic on Star Trek.
I tell you.
Ooh, you with all your smart stuff.
I think they did, TK. I'd have to go back and watch it just to see.
Yes, they did when they were
Space
parachuting down. No, they used the tank. They would shoot when they were in the tank to move themselves around.
That was a silly show. Dun, dun, dun,
it's a parachuting scene.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? It was just a holodeck program created by Reginald Barkley.
Mm-hmm. But somehow Starbuck got involved. And the cowboy from Battle Beyond the Stars.
Yeah. Oh, goodness. Yeah.
In Clubber.
So we're about to wrap it up here, but before we do, Padawannabe Anonymous, is there anything you gentlemen would like to promote?
And thank you, gentlemen. No, back now to you, Cash.
Well, Tifa's a man. Laura Croft's a man. Phoebe Waller-Bridge is somewhere in between. I don't know what else we got. Asian names are hard to pronounce.
It's not a promotion.
No, you just
video.
Who would you like to promote?
Oh,
Padawannabe, yourself, someone else.
We are doing Legend of the Seeker on Appion's channel.
Who is? I was gonna say, who is this we? Who is this we thing?
On Appion's channel.
Oh,
you know he's got multi-personality disorder.
So that's at 6. We're about halfway through the season. We are usually joined by Carla from the beginning, and Pops has been popping in occasionally. Gosh, there's so many Pops now.
Carla.
Just,
I know.
You'll have to watch
changing
to find
my name.
out which one.
What?
Anana Pops.
Anana Pops. Anana Pops. Oh goodness, but I think that's the only thing today. Yeah, that's the only thing today.
All right,
on at 6:00 Pacific time.
You mean
West Coast,
Pacific Coast people? Yeah.
Yeah,
left Coast people.
Left.
We all run by your clock, Mike.
It's the right clock. All you people getting up so early. I don't know what the hell.
I don't know. I've heard that said about the central time zone. That's the right time zone.
That's right. Central is key. Prime. It's in
Not
the
enough
middle.
people that live there.
It's not left. It's not right. It's perfect.
Goldilocks time zone.
That's right.
Right. So I'm putting Nappion's link in there.
Yes, thank you.
That's okay. I got it. I got
And
it.
again, we actually get Carla Burton talking. So that might be worth tuning in for.
Yeah, usually she's giggling, but you get her laugh talking.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is. She laughs a lot.
She's a happy
Great.
Kiwi.
It's yeah. I ask her quite a bit about the connection between them and Australia, like how far away are they? And she's like, well, we're like this far away. And I'm like, that's like you talking to me like about Texas and me saying, I don't know anything about that place.
How far away from you are you from Australia? Not far enough.
Not yet. Yeah.
Sorry, Aussies. I'm referring to the fact that Kiwis, say that.
But she's enjoying this Legend of the Seeker because for those who don't know the series, a lot of New Zealand cast in this film. They shot in New Zealand and all that stuff. So she's kind of getting a kick out because she's recognizing almost every person that comes in. And this was very much a cameo show. So very much like Smallville and Supernatural. It was like, oh, who's kind of hot within the last 10 years, can we write a character for them, and have them be. So there's a lot of co-stars, showing up in an episode or possibly being brought back later. But we're halfway through the second season, so it's almost over.
Come on, call it what it really is. The
Love
Boat.
Yeah.
Soon we'll be making another run, and they go through the list of all the pop people and people that need a boost in their career and the credits, like Dirk Benedict, Talia Shire, John Holmes. Yeah.
Talia Shire. What can I say? She nailed it.
La Love Boat.
DJ
Our fantasy
is
guy
back from his nap.
Naopa.
Naop. I don't know whatever a Naop is.
It's the New York way of saying nap.
Oh, I thought it might have been a turtle way.
You're making fun of the way I talk over here.
I'm still
of
New
course. Yeah, it's New York, of course. Everybody laughs at New York the way they talk.
All right, anonymous. Anonymous.
I'm coming out with a new music video for my theme song.
Sweet.
I'm teasing. That's my thing.
It's
Mike
gonna
has
be
to
a
make
heavy.
it.
It's gonna be a heavy metal version.
That's right.
Anonymous.
Like the Tom Jones.
I should really do that. That's a good idea. No, I'm working on a video at the moment. It's a lot longer than I anticipated, and I talk a lot, so it's going to be a long video. So it takes a long time to make it because it's like chock full of all kinds of weird, stupid clips. You know how I make my video, so
chock full of nuts.
I'm chock full of nuts and boobs and whatnot. It's a dirty video. I'm sorry. No, but yeah.
Whoops. Did you say boobs? I think you said boobs.
Boobs.
Guys,
babies.
America.
Babies.
So yeah, give me a little while to make that, and I'll post it. And it's all about something that's near and dear to my heart, and it's unorthodox and from what I do, and hope people like it. So
I do have one thing to ask though.
Yeah,
okay. What was this girl with blue hair performing on you? What this knob is perform? So she was obviously doing this to you. It'd be interesting to know.
Maybe it's something we don't know, Baron.
I think so.
Yeah, I don't. That's
No, she
somewhere part
Yeah,
of
I mean,
DJ's life I don't want to know about, man.
I mean, Blue Hair, did he stop before he got to Land Whale? I know. I'm even worried about that guy. He got turtle poisoning, maybe.
I don't know. So, Baron, what do you want to promote? Who do you want to promote? Why do you want to promote?
I don't know yet.
Sure,
I'm trying to promote sanity, particularly my own. Other than that, try to do what I can. Do have a couple of questions to ask because I really do want to stream a game. So I just have a couple more questions to ask.
Okay.
And hopefully I can do that right without flubbing up too much. I know I will flub up, but not too much. Other than that, other than hanging out with you guys and Jace, I really don't. And hopefully, after hearing, 24/7 Fusion Media on here telling us to, blow that shit up and make it known he's about ready here to get things going there. I hope I can sit back and say that I'll be joining him with the Kings. And yeah, cool, baby.
Very cool. Very cool.
Oh, yeah. And also, fuck you, Mark Hamill.
And Cash Money 007.
The Mark Hamill thing gets me every time. It's just so funny. But okay, so I just finished my Deadpool video over on the Cash Money Madness on my Rumble channel earlier, so check that out. Gotten some feedback already. I'd love to have some more. And my next video or live stream coming up on the Phantom Hooligans is going to be Splatoon 3, and I'm going to play that and finish the campaign. Because
nice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, are we starting our thing on this Tuesday or next Tuesday?
I mean, how are you feeling right now, Baron? Are you kind of? I mean, I don't want to push anything. I was going to wait another week or whatever, but
I'm getting anxious, man. I'm anxious,
all right,
man.
you're getting anxious.
I'm anxious. I'm covered in bug anxious. I got addiction one.
Yeah.
Oh! You said you wanted feedback for your video?
It stinks.
That's not what.
Man, coming in harsh.
Yeah, I know Baron's being a jackass and being a lie. So, anyways,
Baron's being Baron.
He's being himself. Yep. But yeah, so
How do you hang out with him?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Sometimes I don't know what it's like a dream, and then you wake up and you go, oh God, and then it's over.
No. Then there's Oh God Part 2, and then there's.
Oh my gosh!
You miss this cast as much as I have.
Right?
Then there's
Baron, man. He's just.
Then there's Oh God, You Devil.
That's right. Sure. But so yeah, that's coming up, and then as long as you're going to be available, Baron, because we've been waiting for you.
Yeah.
I know you've been dealing with stuff. We're going to be playing some Fire Team Elite. So yeah, on Friday.
Ghostbusters.
Yeah, we'll do Ghostbusters the week after, so don't worry about it.
If you can't find the third, you already have a third. Never mind. I forgot that one only plays 3.
Yeah, but we can switch people out if you want to play it.
No.
I don't mind rotating out.
It's not a problem.
I don't mind either,
brother.
It's not a problem at all, man.
Join in. And you never know what's going to happen between now and then.
We actually tried to ask Phil, but he's like, I want to play you guys.
You can be my understudy. Be my understudy.
I want to play this game with guys. Shit.
I'll trust me on this stream was already downvoted by our typical downvoter.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we had 13 likes in it, and now it's down to 12. Oh, and by the way, Barrett, they downvoted on your side too.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Thank you, Phil.
America. All right, no,
but yeah,
Phil the Kraken. Yeah.
So Phil must have taken his like away and put a downvote.
Hilarious, DJ. Well, my the stream that I'm running right now, of course, is on my Twitch channel that I haven't used in a number of years. So surprise, surprise. But yeah, so that's coming up on the Phantom Hooligans, and then probably another week or two, we're gonna play some Evil West because yeah, we've talked about that, and that'll probably be on a Tuesday for sure. Evil
Yeah,
West.
you just make sure to let me know well in advance because
I will.
I like to get my schedules
Oh,
prepped
right.
on Friday nights.
No problem. Yeah.
Mhm.
So we got
Yeah.
that, and then that's pretty much. And then there's going to be some more videos coming up on the Phantom Hooligans, and then there's going to be a Rumble exclusive on Cash Money Madness about conventions and what the hell is happening with them lately. Come on, guys, crazy.
Wow.
I know.
Is that because you're going to be going to one in a couple weeks?
You want to be trafficked? You got something against being trafficked?
Oh my gosh!
Look at the chin on this one. You come on, you can't pass this one up.
Oh man, we're just going to attempt Baron with the Forbidden Donuts anonymous. Oh come on! He's like Forbidden Donuts.
I could use a donut about now.
I'm sure. But yeah, so that's all coming up on the Phantom Hooligans. I'm looking forward to you being part of our multiplayer group again, Baron. And if you want to play Anonymous, any of these games, if you have them, you're always welcome, man. And we will be back to Vermintide 2 probably in a few weeks. So, yeah.
Okie dokie.
But a lot of stuff coming up on the Phantom Hooligans and Cash Money Madness, and then also with the Twitch stream, with Restream, I'll have the Twitch, and then I'll have the YouTube, and it'll be good times.
Mm-hmm. There's medicine that can help out with that Twitch, Cash.
I'm sure there is. Yeah. Yeah, that Twitch that Baron keeps getting, and then his arm keeps slapping people, and you're like, "Come on, man." I can't stop it. I can't stop.
It's a mental tick. You can't. There's no pill.
But real quick before we do go, I do want to promote this one more time. On a serious note, if you can, I understand with times being the way they are, not everybody can. But if you can help out Baron and the Long Suffering, especially what the Long Sufferings had to do with, I know they would greatly appreciate any donation, any prayers. If you share this out, please consider donating, even if it's just $5. Consider donating to help them pay for their medical expenses. And I'm putting the link right into the chats right now. So.
Well, again, thank you. And thank you to the people who already were kind enough. And it is humbling. It really is. I have to admit but I keep on forgetting we're a great fellowship. All of us here.
Yeah, we are.
We all love all these things, and we look out for each other. Because really, take a look at it, kind of how we were even talking today is, we have no one else really to look after us with our fandom because of all that's going. We have each other, and and we've been nothing but a support system for each other. And I'm talking about even emotionally and all that when things get frustrating out there and we're seeing stuff being destroyed that we love so much. And I am one that does believe in, again, I think I said it earlier. I'm just going to say it again. Is I'm not. If you can't help out, that I mean, monetary, nothing wrong there. I am one that does believe in thoughts and prayers, and I'm not like those little snide pissants that are snarky about that. No, every little bit helps because emotional donations are just as good and sometimes better than the monetary ones because you don't feel alone. And that's one of the big things about it. And you wouldn't give thoughts and prayers out to someone if you didn't care about them.
Yeah. And I know this has been tough for the both of you, and I wish I could do more than what I've already done.
You did more than enough. Like I said, everybody, anybody. Uh, nothing will get poo-pooed by me at all. Again, even the thoughts and prayers definitely will not get poo-pooed by me.
Yeah.
You'll never hear me belittle anybody for that, because I know the times we're living in. I know it's hard for everybody out there. I'm not the only one in this boat, which was one of the things that held me back, because I know so many people are in a bad shape, and I don't want to be adding into some sort of a guilt burden or whatever, because I just don't want people to feel like they're guilted into it, and that's the last thing I want. And that's why I make it absolutely well known. Thoughts and prayers are just as welcome. Mm-hmm. So don't feel bad. Don't feel bad out there. You are people. Now I'm sounding like Cash, and I'm not trying to make it sound like a snarky statement, but you people that are in that, you got your own situation. You got your own to take care of.
Yeah.
So please take care of your own. But so everything's appreciative. It really is.
Yeah.
So.
And again, if you can, great. If you can't, share it out. Pray. Do whatever you need to do.
Mm-hmm. Send us triplegrams. There, I had to do one joke. It was getting too serious for me. Send us triplegram. I couldn't go along without making a comment, but no, it's been hard mentally and all that. And it's been and I wish I could say this is just a recent thing. I try not to wear this on my sleeve out there and do the woe is me, because who wants to listen to that? You're not here to listen to me bitch and moan about my life.
No, I can't assume. I can only hope that when people watch Pop Talk, they're here to get our thoughts on the different news that's out there, but also see the three of us, hear the three of us laugh and have a good time and be silly.
Mm-hmm.
And be serious when we need to be serious.
Mm-hmm.
And be stupid when you have to. Dare to be stupid.
Mm-hmm. Dare to be stupid.
You thinking like,
dare to be stupid.
Mm-hmm. I don't have to dare. I am.
you can be stupid if you dare.
Yep. So again, if you could share it out to other social media platforms, please do that.
And thank you, Clifton, by the way, on there. I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
I
really appreciate that, Clifton.
It does mean a lot. It does.
So as far as what's coming up on Pacific414, on Tuesday, I'm going to be playing more Arkham City. It's going to be more of me tidying up a few things I haven't done yet in the game. And then on Thursday for Batman Arkham City, and these are both going to be at 6 p.m. Eastern, I'm actually going to play the DLC, Harley Quinn's Revenge. So that's what'll be coming up for the game streams. And then, of course, the Wednesday edition of Pop Talk at 6 p.m. Eastern. Not sure what we're talking about yet, but I'll have it all finalized Monday night and also have the thumbnail updated. For now, I'm just putting a placeholder for the Wednesday show as far as what the background and the logo is going to look like for that edition. Then I'll add anything else I need to add prior to us going live for Wednesday. But I really do appreciate everybody stopping by and supporting the channel. Even whoever you are downvoting the stream each and every Sunday. I don't know why. You never said anything. I doubt it's Phil. I seriously doubt it's Phil. But I don't know why. But you know what? All I'm going to say is leave it in the comments as to why you do it. You can say it in the chat as to why you do it. If there's something you don't like, positive feedback or negative feedback, let's hear it. Because there's got to be some reason why one person in particular, don't know who they are, keeps coming by and downloading the stream. And for today, bothering to go over to Baron's channel and downloading the stream.
I love it, actually.
Well, I would just like to know. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, why are you giving this negative review? You know, what are your reasons for not liking it? It's like when we're talking about movies we don't like or TV shows we don't like. Give us a reason as to why you don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't want to, well, you know, that's on them. And then my only suggestion to them would be move on. Just like a lot of us will find a channel, we may like it at first, and then it changes, and you know what we do? We move on.
Keep on trucking, man. Keep on trucking.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not complainers. You just quietly just walk away.
What?
Yeah,
Don't
yeah,
complain.
you're right about that, Clifton. It is still interaction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What do you mean we're not complainers?
Everything sucks.
We're not complaining.
Yeah, that's what they say. Pop talks dishing out negativity every single day.
Got that right.
That's right.
We do it every single episode, don't we, fellas?
Well, you know. I'm trying to put a positive spin on, you know, what we do here, but
Oh boy!
but no, you just do whatever you guys like.
This Agent Smith over here, man. You know, we just can't keep him in the Matrix for some reason. He keeps coming
And
out.
no, Phil, it wasn't the worst pop talk of 2024. No, not in the slightest.
Was it Phil on Pop Talk in 2024 once?
Yeah, he's been on.
That's
that was the worst.
When he jumped on recently, we were doing
Oh
the Godfather
my
watch
gosh.
party.
Tomato in a can.
He's using fresh tomatoes in a can.
That's
Nobody
not
uses tomato
good.
paste.
This Ross's movie, this Godfather
It's
film.
Ross's. It's the Ross's movie. You could go back to the Wednesday edition of Pop Talk where we had the Godfather watch party to hear Phil's grievances about the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, you know, Phil's watching it and goes, "My people, my people." He thinks he's some sort of Don out there, Don Phil.
He's like, that's not the language they speak there. I get it, but
Don McCracken.
Don McCracken.
You hurt my boy. You broke my heart. You ate tomato sauce from a can.
You know, I took it off already. I even had my avatar. I already took it off of this, unfortunately, or maybe I didn't put it on, but I don't know. I did have it on there, but it must have taken it off already. It was the horse head. That was going to be my avatar for the movie.
Wow, man.
I was going to save it to the movie and here we go.
but you know, Phil's like, Cash Money, you promised me my Sword Art Online and you didn't deliver.
And
Where
yet
is it?
we watched all of it, and I keep telling him that there's just the games left. Where's my Sword Art Online, bitch? Where is it? We watched it all, bitch.
That's
watched
right.
all the main
Don
stuff.
Pacific 414. Now make me an offer I can't refuse.
Oh,
Yeah, it
Give me
feels kind of
$5
like
for that cat.
well, it's dead now. I mean,
I'll give you $6 for that.
Wow, that got dark.
But you know, you got
No
Don. I was going to say something about I can't remember. Never mind. Miss a few episodes, I'm already out of it. I tell you.
Yeah.
Now, I do want to let folks know of a couple of streams coming up. One's going to be on September 8th, and I'll go ahead and play the trailer for that as long as I didn't remove it. All right, good. I kept
Again.
it up here.
I've done far worse than kill you. I've hurt you. And I wish to go on hurting you. I shall leave you as you left me, marooned for all eternity, buried alive, buried alive. Sean!
Think of all the girls that wanted to get hurt by Khan. Spank me harder, Daddy Khan. Spank me harder, Daddy Khan.
Great.
So
yeah.
Did we have to go there?
I
Yeah,
invite
really? Do we? What the hell?
I invite anyone who's interested to be a part of that watch party to join us on September 8th at 1 p.m. Eastern. And then on September 15th, we will be celebrating 3 years and 300 episodes of Pacific414 Pop Talk.
Dun dun dun.
Dun, 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 dun.
And that will be an open panel. I will let folks in after Baron, Cash, and I do our opening monologue, if you want to call it that.
Always monologuing.
You mean the BS show?
Hey, you get your money's worth.
Get about 350.
Everybody's welcome to join those two panels. Have some fun watching Star Trek II, the director's cut, and with the director's cut, it's definitely worth watching because it does fill in more information.
Mm-hmm. And more Kirsty.
Oh yeah,
I might be interested in
beautiful
watching that. I have seen this many times, but it was something I recorded from television as a kid. So I can't say I've seen it as many times unedited for sure. Maybe once or twice, if that many.
Well, did you get it off of network TV when they had it out?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, then that's the director's cut, basically.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, they added the stuff in there. They added some of the stuff in there.
With stuff to make it fit in the 2 hour or whatever. Because it was probably a 2 hour.
Yeah, modified for it. And obviously when they did do the directors, they cleaned it up, did it much more professionally.
Okay, because the one I know is the TV version. I mean, I watch that and Search for Spock. I got off network television. I watched those so many times.
Yeah, I did have an idea at one point for that September 8th stream of watching Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, Search for Spock, and then home. But then I'm thinking, no, it's a almost 8-9 hour day, and even I can't expect people to want to do that.
So he narrowed it down to Star Trek 2 and Star Trek 5.
No, just the Wrath of Khan director's cut.
Yeah, I know. I just did that for Mr. McCracken.
I know. But
maybe you'll upvote us again if I do that.
I will play this for Phil. I know he likes Star Trek 5. I'll play it for him. Just this once.
Yeah.
What does Khan need with a Genesis device?
Excuse me. What does God need with a starship?
Excuse me, I'd just like to ask a question. What does God need with a starship?
To get away from Phil.
It's for his bitches.
And let's see. Phil is saying, what is he saying? Justice for Star Trek 5.
Yeah.
Right. Shouldn't that say Star Trek?
I love that movie.
Mm-hmm. In this case, it should be Star Trek 5 because it is Phil.
Yeah. But, ladies and gentlemen, I do appreciate your support of not just Pacific414 Pop Talk, but your support of Cash Money 007 over on Twitch, also the Phantom Hooligans over on YouTube, the Baron Orman Tag Fandom Legacy channel over on YouTube, and of course Pacific414 on YouTube and Rumble. And of course, gotta thank those who stopped in, because without them, we don't do this. You're wrong. No, I'm Mike. I'm always right. Even when I'm wrong, I'm right. And of course, Anonymous. Anonymous.
We need to get him on the show sometimes.
We need to. That guy's pretty cool.
Mm.
I do
brings
want
in
to
a lot of viewers.
I do want to ask you something after the stream, Anonymous.
Okay.
Run away.
But I'm not petting your cat.
But it's hairless.
Between you and Baron, you always have to bring it to that strange, weird area.
Hey, I could have said another word.
It's a safe area.
You can say it.
I
I'm
can't.
not gonna stop
You can say it. I can't. say it.
Thank you, DJ Ronnie G, for stopping by.
Nerd.
Brandon Looney Tunes
Nerd.
fan 2000. Thank you for stopping by. He's crazy. He's from Norway. You know, he's Norwegian. He's Jace.
He's the reason why the Crow flopped. Good job, Chase.
He went and saw it. He loved it.
Yeah.
Phil McCracken, yeah, we give him a hard time. He gives us a hard time. But you know what?
Troll.
He's not a bad guy.
Yeah.
And True Taylor, nice to see you. Clifton, thank you for stopping by. Good to see you. Old man, good to see you. The lovely Leia Rose, the princess of YouTube, and the president and sole member of the Phil McCracken fan club.
Wow, I'm off my game. Usually I get that out faster. Oh,
Yeah,
I
he
need
even
to get back into
downloaded her.
practice. Hey, that's mean.
And of course, you know, it wouldn't be a Pop Talk stream unless we saw Big Daddy T-Gap Steve in the chat. That's right, Big Daddy T-Gap.
May the Schwartz be with you.
Mhm.
May the Schwartz be with you.
He's kind of like our own version of Sentient Dildo.
Yeah. And of course, Tommy, the father of Jace, Tommy Fox.
When I first heard you say that, I thought it was Tommy the Guinea Pig Collective. Oh, it's the other Tommy. Okay.
It's Tommy Fox.
Tommy Fox.
I have to get in contact with everybody for the Transformers stream to see if everybody's still available. So, because it was a few months ago that I asked everybody. Well, the way I look at it, you ask at one point, a few months go by, things change. Blazerhawk Darren, thank you for stopping by. Let me make sure that I didn't miss anybody. You too, Clifton. Take care, brother.
Yeah. Have a good one.
Just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. And if I did, well, I want to acknowledge them. Okay. All right. So far, so good. Oh, I did miss. I missed Wolverine. I didn't see him earlier.
Oh,
Wolverine.
yeah.
Good to see you, brother.
What do you know?
See, I'm capable of missing people, not catching them right away in the chat. I'm not perfect.
He probably downloaded you because you forgot him.
Yeah, he didn't see him. He just terrible YouTuber.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't do it on purpose when I don't see somebody. I've even had it after game streams. It's like, oh crap, so and so was there. Shit. They probably think I don't like them, and that's why I didn't acknowledge them. No, if I don't catch you right away, especially during a gaming stream where my eyes are focused on what's happening in front of me, and I may not be looking at the chat at the time. It's nothing against you. It's me.
Yeah, be a squeaky wheel. Squeaky wheel gets the grease, so make yourself more visible.
Go, hey, Pacific. Hey, moron.
Hey,
I'm in the chat, moron.
Down here, over here. Come here. Right, look at me.
Give me attention. Oh, no, that's me.
On a serious note, thank you, everybody, for watching. And again, please, if you can, donate to the GoFundMe for Baron and the Long Suffering. And until Tuesday's Batman Arkham City stream, remember, don't ever give up on me in a game, because just when you do, you might miss something. Take care, all.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
Oh, wait. How rude of me. How rude of me. I didn't say you to 24/7 Fusion Media for joining us.
Oh.
My gosh, you're batting 1,000 a day.
Oh. Wow. He's going to come back and blow this shit up, I tell you.
No, I mean that's rude of me as a host not to thank him for coming on, and it's
almost racist.
I do want you. Shut up, Pat. I want to be.
It's like a little train, man. It's a little train, dude. You got Baron leading, and then Anonymous, and then all of a sudden Padawan adds onto it. Oh man!
But 24. Thank you for coming on, brother. Really appreciate you taking the time to come on. And again, like I told you earlier, you do have an open invitation to come on the show. So whenever you're available, just send me a message, and I will send you the link, brother.
Yeah, I don't care what color you are. It's fine. You can come on.
Yeah, he doesn't like green. Doesn't matter the color. So.
He prefers
I'm just
green.
messing around. I'm just messing around.
Folks, I think I'm going to have a few words with a few folks after the stream. But thank you all. Have yourself a wonderful Sunday. I hope your week goes well. And until next time, catch you later.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
See you later, alligator. Back to Wild Record. Hey, what do you think of that new Bat logo? I didn't open that can of worms up, you know. Woo! Oh, tell ya.
Goodbye, my crackers.
Later, all.
Puck Tuck is where it's at, baby.
You know what, baby.
And thank you. Can't say it enough.